Hi, Jeff. Today, we have the special meeting. It continues out in the special meeting day before yesterday. That is last Wednesday. We left the two items not very clear. One is vote result. Last meeting, we did have motion, and also we have the number of the vote. So during the last couple of days, City Attorney, Mr. Water, and the City Manager, Mr. Toy, they worked together and they reviewed our last special meeting and also did some of the research. So right now, it's the time for both City Manager, Mr. Toy, and the City Attorney, Mr. Water, to make a contradictory comments for that as the motion we made last special meeting. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry. We haven't, started we needed to do the Pledge of Allegiance first. Yeah.
And this is a closed session, right? Is this closed or not?
Yeah,
No.
Pledge of
Oh,
Allegiance.
great,
Open
good,
session.
Good.
It's open session.
Okay.
All right. We have
don't
the flag.
we don't have a flag
Robert
'cause we
is the window.
want to use Bob's back flag.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of United States of America,
and to the republic,
to the republic
For
for
which it
which it
stands,
stands,
One nation.
one nation, under the God, indivisible, with the liberty and the justice for all. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Felder,
Here.
Councilmember Lowe,
Here.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Here,
Vice Mayor Barnett,
Here.
Mayor Ding.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. Right now, item number 3. Items for discussion. 3.1. On January 12, 2022, the City and Council adopted on 3-2-1-2-1 the vote, a resolution to suspend the rule of reconsideration matter only at meeting where the item was first voted upon or at the very next meeting of the council. So now, right now, we should discuss visitor item? What is and then compliance? What is how to interpret? As I mentioned at the beginning, both the city manager and the city attorney, they did a tremendous research. So right now, it's the time for both of you give us the report and explanation. Thank you so much.
Want me to jump in on this, Garrett? Okay, I'll begin.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you. As the council knows, on Wednesday night, the council voted 3-1-1 to suspend the rules regarding reconsideration. At that time, I opined that that meant that that motion failed, that you look at the total number of council members present, compare that to the numbers of council members who affirmatively voted in favor of that motion, and it did not equal 2/3. Subsequent to that meeting, it was brought to my attention that the complete set of rules adopted or promoted by Judge Rosenberg included a discussion about how you count abstentions. That became the central question of that vote. I think a little bit of history is very important for the council and the public to know about the existing set of Rosenberg rules that the council has controlling its meetings from 2011 to the present time. In 2011, the council, by a resolution, adopted a set of rules. They called them the Rosenberg rules, but they were not the complete Rosenberg rules. They actually were a copy of an article published in the Western Cities magazine by the League of California Cities, edited to remove some of the commentary that was found in that article, leaving just the substance of an abbreviated set of Rosenberg's rules. The article was authored by Judge Rosenberg. It was put in the magazine because the League has been a fairly strong advocate in recommending that cities adopt the Rosenberg rules instead of Robert's Rules of Order, believing they're simpler and more easily understood. That set of rules that were adopted by the council in 2011 had no discussion at all about how you count abstentions. It was completely silent on the issue. Now, the council at that time, at least in my discussions as I recall them with city staff, understood this to be a reduced set of rules because they were interested in keeping things as simple as possible, which is a valuable goal, particularly in these days or the last 20 so years. City councils and cities throughout the state have been under severe restraints and increasing number of legal limitations that are imposed upon the way councils can act and the findings they must make. And the limitations to their discretion are constantly being added onto every year. We know that. And the council at that time really was trying to simplify at least one part of their life, and that was the conduct of their meetings. So there was a value and a benefit perceived at that time in adopting an abbreviated set of rules. Since that time, I was trying to remember whether this issue has actually ever arisen in a focused way as it had arisen and did arise on Wednesday evening. And I don't recall one for the city of Sonoma, to be honest with you. I have represented 6 cities as city attorneys over the course of the last 30 or 40 years. And we have consistently used the rule that was applied Wednesday night. That is, you look at the number of council members present and compare that to the votes that were garnered in support of a matter and decide and determine whether or not the votes were sufficient. There are a number of instances, for example, where a specific number of council member votes have to be in play no matter who abstains. For example, ordinances require 3 affirmative votes, no matter how many folks abstain. So if you have 5 council members attending, 3 abstain, 2 vote in favor of the ordinance, even though a simple majority is all that's required. Under law, you need 3 affirmative votes. There are situations such as that preempt and trump any set of Rosenberg's or Robert's Rules of Order. So we have before, there was that was not the rules that we were dealing with on Wednesday evening, which talks about 2/3 of the council needs to vote in favor of a motion to suspend the rules, is not a hard and fast rule, meaning there's no specific number that must be achieved. It's a percentage. Since that time, obviously, it's been brought to the city manager and my attention that the complete set of Rosenberg's rules that were not adopted by the council in 2011 does include a discussion of abstentions. How do you count abstentions? It's fairly extensive. And it talks about the fact that if the council has not adopted a specific rule, the default rule, and the council has not, to my knowledge, adopted a specific rule dealing with how to count abstentions. That I do not believe that's ever happened, at least not during the time I've been the city attorney. If there is no specific rule, the default rule is you don't count the number of council members who are present, as long as there's a quorum, and there's a quorum. Anything over three and more is a quorum. You count the number of folks who vote, how many council members voted, and you don't include the council member who abstains. So under this default rule, there were 4 council members who voted. 1 voted against, 3 voted in favor. That is 2/3. That means the motion passed under that particular rule. So the question really is it reasonable to go to the full set of Rosenberg's rules, even though the council didn't adopt the full set, to determine how you might interpret the set of rules that the council did adopt in 2011 and that currently control the council's proceedings? I don't think that's unreasonable. I think it's a logical place to find an answer to something that is in fact not answered or addressed in the council's existing rules. It also does promote what Judge Rosenberg says are one of the 4 pillars of rules, is to ensure that the majority of the council's will is observed, as long as the minority rights are not unfairly trampled upon. So it serves that purpose too. Here, a majority of the council was supportive of suspending the rule. I think it also tells me that I think it's time for the council to look at the rules and to decide at some point in the near future, I hope, whether or not to adopt Rosenberg's full set. So we have the full array of rules that govern the council's proceedings. That's not for tonight, of course, or this afternoon, of course, but at some time in the near future, I think that's an appropriate thing for the council to consider. So I think it's reasonable to reach back to the full set of Rosenberg's rules to ascertain how you count abstentions. If you do that, the full set of Rosenberg's rules will indicate that Wednesday evening's vote was in favor of the motion. It did not fail. I'm here to answer any questions if the council has any.
Thank you, Mayor Ding. I just want to follow up. I agree with our city attorney's evaluation of this, and I just want to read from the resolution in 2011 signed by Mayor Gallion at the time and passed by the city council. It says, "Now therefore be it resolved, the city council of the city of Sonoma approves and adopts Rosenberg's rules of order." And in my view, that takes into account the entire rules of order. And I understand that Jeff said that we approved just a small amount, but in my view, I think this resolution actually says we approved the entire Rosenberg's rules of order, which does not count abstentions. And so I just wanted to offer that as well.
And I respectfully disagree with Vice Mayor Barnett. We're dancing about how many angels on the head of a pin here. I think it's reasonable to look at the full set, but you didn't read the complete sentence. The complete sentences goes on to say attached here to as Exhibit A, and there was the attachment, and that's where you look, and you don't go any further, in my personal opinion. But I think we
I did not read the complete sentence. You're correct, but in my view, I think we're on the same page here. Yes.
Yeah, I do too.
So, Mr. Mayor, if If there aren't any more questions from council members, would you like me to make the staff report? Oh, you're still muted, but I'll.
So now, right now, I suggest we focus on how to understand a Rosenberg rule first. And then we ask you to make the staff report. So if any more comments on Mr. Waters' explanation?
Yes, to summarize, it's my view that it's reasonable to utilize the full set of Rosenberg's rules to determine how you count abstentions. And because Councilmember Lowe abstained Wednesday night, her vote did not count one way or the other. In terms of counting votes, she was might as well have been absent on Wednesday evening. As such, 3 votes out of 4 is 2/3, and the motion to suspend the rules passed. So the council is now free to move on to whether or not you want to reconsider your striping decision. And that means that the next item for the council to consider is a motion to reconsider, which can only be made by one of the council members who's voted in favor of the August decision concerning restriping at Broadway. Mr. Toy and I are recommending that you hold 2 public comments periods this evening. The first one would be after Mr. Toy explains the motion to reconsider to you further, but you then invite questions about the motion to reconsider from council. Once council's questions have been answered, you invite the public to comment, you close public comment, and then you decide whether or not a motion to reconsider
Thank you, Mr. Waters.
is going to be.
So now, right now,
Thank you.
I would ask Mr. Toy, how about your staff report?
Okay, actually, I think the city attorney summed it up pretty well, but given that the motion to suspend passed, now you can make a motion to reconsider. And obviously, as the city attorney stated, the motion to reconsider can only be made by those members who voted in the majority. In this case, the reconsideration matter is the Broadway restriping project. At your August 2nd meeting, council members Agramonte, Felder, and Mayor Ding voted for the Broadway striping pattern, which we refer to as option B, a protected bike lane. So the city attorney indicated we would, if it appears that one of those 3 members in the majority is planning to make a motion to reconsider the Broadway restriping, then it'd be good to take public comment before you actually vote in that motion. And then as staff, we'd recommend if that motion passes, then we would go ahead and make a presentation on the Broadway restriping. And in essence, it would be like you're considering the matter for the first time. So that's the staff recommendation. If one of the members of the majority plan to make that motion, then you should go ahead and you can ask questions, but then go ahead and consider public comment.
All right. Mr. Felder, would you like, yeah.
I was going to say, so therefore, would it be appropriate for me to go ahead and make that motion now before we open it up to the public, and then we can, so that it is obvious that we are attempting to reconsider?
I think that if Councilmember Felder, if you simply indicated that as one of the majority, you are intending to make such a motion, I think that's all that we need to do at this time, and then we allow the public to weigh in on whether that's appropriate.
All right. That is the case. I am a part of the majority, and I do intend to make the motion.
If any in a second, that is just between.
That is not a motion.
And me, yeah. I can second.
Mr. Mayor, that is not a motion. It's only my intent to make.
Propose, yeah.
Yeah, so he's just proposing. So now, unless there's questions, we'd recommend you take public comment on the item to reconsider. And then after the close public comment, then someone can make a motion in second. Well, someone in the majority can make the motion and then someone can second.
All right. So, Mr. Toya, is it a good time for me to open to the public? Or we need to discuss first within the council?
If the council has any questions, now would be time, but it seems the council doesn't have any questions. So yes, I would recommend you open public comment on the item.
Looks like,
So my question is, the questions we may ask, is it about the process? We can't ask about the configuration or any of those things. We're just on the process right now.
That's correct. You're just talking about the motion to reconsider.
All right, thank you.
any more comments? Vice Mayor Barnett, do you want to share something or questions? No. How about Councilmember Lowe? Do you have anything to share? Or
Not at this time, Mayor Ding. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Looks like we are ready to open to the public. Right now.
Mayor Dean,
Yes.
just to clarify, what was the time limit you set? Did you change the time? Is it 3 minutes or 2 minutes?
Today, now we just keep as long as the usual, 3 minutes
3 minutes?
at this time. Can you tell me now how many people right now is on the list?
Right now we have 4 individuals, but that's 5. It changes. Well,
Okay.
now we're up to like
All right.
7, 8, 9. So the first individual I'll be bringing in, and I'm
Sure.
doing this by myself today without Latanya, so bear with me.
right.
The first individual is going to be Scott Durkee.
All right. So Mr. Durkee, right now it's your turn.
Hi,
Open to the public.
good. Hi. Can you
Hi.
see me, by the way, or can you just hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Okay, I would like to focus on a few things here that, number one, this is a Caltrans project, State of California Route 12 project primarily that goes through the state of Broadway, okay? And then it's called the Pedestrian Safety Traffic Calming Improvements Project. And I think it says a lot in the title right there, what it's all about. And I support it. And then I would say that the state of California, under my understanding, has the right of way completely through that area. And so when the council voted in August of last year to choose an option as a recommendation to Caltrans, the city and anybody in the city is not designing the roadway per se. They're choosing an option. Caltrans has the right of way. They have the knowledge and expertise to do all the design work. And they did. Now, there were problems apparently in the communication from Caltrans to the city, and I understand that. I would also say that, I'm a cyclist. I'm a member of the Sonoma Valley Cyclists, and we meet every Wednesday on Broadway, right across from the high school. There's about 30 of us in the group, and usually about 10 to 15 show up every Wednesday at 8:30 or 9 o'clock. And we are not a foreign group from Santa Rosa trying to impose our will on the city of Sonoma. We are, many of us, residents of the city of Sonoma and the Sonoma Valley. So I'd just like to clarify that. Other than that, I think the point of this project is very important. Public safety is the most important thing, and I hope council will refer to that. I've looked at the plans, the process for posting this meeting. I went by City Hall today, and there's a dim little piece of paper in the window announcing the meeting. And I was able to, through greater technology, find more about it. If it came down to it, I hope council, I don't know how far this process will get. If it comes down to actually making a choice, if I were to say, I would vote for option A. Okay, with the parked cars along the street and then the bike path. It would require a lane reduction, which I think is a good thing too. I don't see a lot of traffic. I rode that whole area this morning on my bike, and it's beautiful with the new pavement. So anyway, I encourage council to vote in favor of a bike lane. Do not eliminate the bike lane in any way. Also, the scope of the project as presented is only from Napa Road to MacArthur. Okay, it's a very short distance, really. It's not very far. And so, but I agree with Councilmember Felder that the one drawing indicating all the bollards, that was a bit of a nuisance. And I don't know that that was appropriate. I think the other,
That's
the option
fine,
A
Mayor.
would be beneficial. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Durkee.
Okay. Next, we're going to have Claire Salat.
Hi, Mrs. Salat, it's your turn.
Thank you. Sadly, this is the second time a special meeting has been unnecessarily called this week to address the striping plan for Broadway. What's even sadder is that this matter could easily have been addressed without any special meetings had the approach been to clarify the plan rather than to try to bring a motion to override it. Councilmember Felder and Barnett took a contentious and adversarial approach. They then enlisted the city manager and city attorney to help with their efforts. Staff misinformed other members of council as well as the public about the procedures to be used at the special meeting on Wednesday, and then failed to even follow those procedures per Rosenberg by merging items 1 and 2 at the special meeting. This resulted in confusion with regards to both the scope of the comments allowed and the vote itself. The city attorney is to serve as the parliamentarian in small cities such as Sonoma. Sadly, our city attorney did not fulfill his duty well. He allowed comment beyond that which was allowed on item 1, remained mute as the meeting proceeded in an unruly manner, failed to recommend to the mayor that the meeting be adjourned after stating that the vote had happened and item 1 failed, and gave erroneous legal advice when he stated multiple times that 4 affirmative votes were required for the motion to suspend to pass. City Manager Toy, as well as council members Felder and Barnett, restated at least 4 times during the meeting that 4 affirmative votes would be needed for it to pass. Incorrect advice of council results in a vote being void. As a result, to claim that the vote should be behind closed doors changed not only is incorrect, it adds to the distrust many of us feel. On that note, the comments made by Councilmember Agramonte about the delay in information being provided and concerns about the true intentions of other council members is valid. She and the rest of us should have doubts, as council members Felder and Barnett not only could have addressed this matter in a far less disruptive, time-consuming, and combative manner, both slipped while making comments on Wednesday about their true intentions. A procedural nightmare has been created. However, as I noted in my email to council yesterday, all this could be quickly remedied by the following actions. First, item 1, the motion to suspend should be withdrawn. Item 2, the motion to reconsider should be withdrawn. Item 3, the motion to shift from Plan B to A should be substituted and become a motion for clarification of Plan B so that the as-built design matches the intentions of council. In the alternative, a friendly amendment to the motion can be proposed and have the same effect. The approach suggested by council members Barnett and Felder today are again full of conflict, confusion, and will take hours, not days to resolve. In contrast, the approach I've outlined will take less than an hour, and if our council members proceed with the courtesy and decorum as required per Rosenberg, we can have an answer back to Caltrans by the close of business today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salat.
Next, it looks like we have Tom Conlon.
Hi, Mr. Conlon.
Thank you.
Tom?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm concerned because the staff report in front of us today contains numerous errors, because I believe the city attorney just contradicted himself in the verbal comments he's made, and that the videotape on this meeting will reflect the incompetence of the mayor in managing this process. Specifically, 3.1 of the staff report states that council adopted a resolution to suspend the rule to reconsider. There are no meeting minutes. There's no evidence in the administrative record to substantiate this claim. And the verbal comments of the attorney today appear to support me in that statement, that we do not have a written record to rely on for as to what actually happened on Wednesday night. I'm also concerned that the city manager himself made statements that night that were also not reflected in today's report. Also, on page 5 of the 25-page document today, there's a reference to the Sonoma County Transportation Authority and its preference. I have an email from the executive director of that agency stating that that is a misinterpretation and is not accurate. I'm concerned that this matter is going to cost the city significantly more than any additional striping expenses because of this procedural snafu. It's likely to result in litigation, litigating the procedural matters we're talking about right now, but also more importantly, because anybody who ever gets hurt on Broadway in the future is going to be able to point back to this entire snafu and say the city failed and was in fact negligent, willfully negligent in pursuing a most safe redesign for Broadway, when in fact this Caltrans was willing to pay for it for no additional cost. So I find this process is just completely flawed top to bottom. And I encourage the city to not to do what's in today's staff report, because I think it's just a can of worms that is a mess. Thank you for the consideration of my impassioned comments this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon.
Next, we have Sinjin Bain.
Hi, Mr. Bain, it's your turn.
Good afternoon, everybody. I had to cancel multiple meetings today. I didn't have to check into a hotel room like Kelso, but very disappointed to have to be here again to spend my time to sit and listen and watch people in a process that I don't trust. I have to be here because I don't trust what's going on. You know, people are not being transparent. I don't understand, you know, where all this came from. What's Larry Barnett's role? The inconsistencies of the communication, the guidance that Mr. Walter provided was faulty, incorrect. The original vote was tainted. What people had in their mind, their understanding before they voted was wrong. It is an invalid vote. We should not be doing this. It is not the right way to solve this perceived situation. I'm not even going to use the word problem because it's not a problem. You know, this is a perception. We should not be reopening this. And the last comment I'm going to make is I've attended a lot of board meetings, participating, watching, listening. And the board meeting that I witnessed, the council meeting that I witnessed the other evening, well, frankly, I was disgusted. The lack of decorum, the conduct, really was unconscionable. And I would encourage everybody on this council to think about how they're interacting with each other and how they're conducting these meetings. And hopefully that'll be the last time I'll ever have to watch that. Everybody needs to be treated with respect and treat people with respect, period. So I'd encourage us to think a little bit more about how we're conducting ourselves. Do not reopen this matter, please. B is the solution. Move forward. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bain.
Next, we have Jenny Bard.
Hi, yes, my name is Jenny Bard. I am president of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. You have received letters from Executive Director Eris Weaver and also Attorney Oren Noah on this matter, and I hope you will consider. As you know, we are pretty disappointed in the manner these meetings have come about and the confusion they have created by undermining good public process. We do not support reopening this process. As you've heard from the bicycling community, we are in strong support of protected bicycle lanes on Broadway and support option B. And we urge you to stay the course and move ahead and do not revisit your vote. Our climate and the safety of bicyclists and pedestrians requires city leadership to be bold and prioritize designs that will encourage cycling and active transportation choices to help meet our health, safety, and climate goals. The parking protected bike lanes called for in the plan will be a first in Sonoma County and an important model for other jurisdictions as they update their bicycle and pedestrian plans. So thank you very much for your time, and please continue with your support of option B.
Thank you, Ms. Barr.
Next, we have Matt Metzler.
Hi, Mr. Messler, it's your turn.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, boy, I don't even know where to begin. There's a lot I want to say, but first of all, I want to say I am not even going to be speaking right now about the merits of the different bike lane configurations on Broadway, because it's my understanding that that is not the subject, the topic that we're discussing right now. Right now, we're only discussing the process. And I'm just amazed. I was just so disappointed what happened on Wednesday. I think that now we know that the council was misinformed about the process on Wednesday. I think this meeting is, the agenda as it's not presented is totally unnecessary. I think you guys should just have a revote on the decision you made on Wednesday, now knowing the correct information. Now that you have the correct information and know that an abstention doesn't count towards the majority, towards the number of votes required, you should just take that vote again. I don't think it's right to consider that vote passed when you guys were given the wrong information. I was really just shocked and disappointed about what transpired on Wednesday. It certainly was a special meeting. It bothered me that the special meeting rules meant that the public hadn't had the normally required 72 hours advance notice to opportunity for public input. We were told that 4 votes were needed on agenda items 3.1 and 3.2 to suspend the rules and reconsider the decision, and that the discussion on the Broadway restriping question could not proceed until those 2 agenda items were approved. Then, after the vote was taken and we were told that those 2 items had failed, council members Felder and Barnett proceeded to discuss Broadway restriping anyway. This seems like a very undemocratic process. Since 2 council members were discussing the restriping issue, I resent the fact that I wasn't able to present public comments on the restriping plans on Wednesday. I just don't understand how this is not a violation of the Brown Act requirements for public input. And I just really think you guys need to think about what has already been said about the legal ramifications of taking this action that appears on its surface to be a violation of the Brown Act. I'm now even more surprised to find out that contrary to what city attorney told us all at Wednesday's meeting, the vote to suspend the rules and reconsider it had passed after all. And now we are here at another special meeting today, again today, without the normally required 72 hours advance notification. What about those who didn't find out about today's meeting in time, who can't go down to City Hall and look and see that's been posted on there, who didn't get a notification? This is very undemocratic, having these 2 special meetings without the public notification. So I urge you to reconsider and not even address this issue and start over.
Time there.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler.
Next, we have Matthew Aslin.
Hi. This is my first city council meeting. I'm finding this, I'm going to talk about the restriping. I don't want to talk about the process. I don't want to talk about the vote at all. Lifelong resident of Sonoma, avid cyclist, an advanced cyclist, I have a young child at Prestwood. I'm actually late to pick him up right now. I've been waiting to be taught to put my 2 cents here. So I visit Broadway quite a bit. I use the very, very long crosswalks, which are dangerous. I'm all about the bulbous, building that in. I walk my dog. I cycle with my child, which is different than cycling as an advanced cyclist, which I am. Advanced cycling can happen in the actual lane of traffic. People feel confident when they're advanced cyclists to actually be in the traffic. The protected bike lane in option B is the best way to go for everyone on Broadway. And I'm going to tell you, it's not the advanced cyclist. Mr. Durkee, I'm on your side, but we need this other protected bike lane for the kids, for people who are not confident to ride next to traffic, okay? The other one is the tourism. If you ever spend a lot of time on Broadway, you'll notice that the tourists ride up and down the sidewalks, okay? They're not into being in the lane with the traffic. They need a protected lane where they can window shop. They're coming down from the lodge, kids coming up from the high school. This is a meandering bike path. If you're a true cyclist, you don't use these bike paths. You stay in the traffic, okay? Now, not only is it the best and the safest plan to have these protected bike lanes, but the businesses that have this other buffer, we can build out into the sidewalks and set up more seating, more areas in those protected areas, and having the parked cars away from the curb will give more of a buffer for people to hang out on these sidewalks. We have brilliant promenades on Broadway that are not safe with these lodge cyclists that go up and down the sidewalks. Now, you need to look at the grand plan here. This is an adventurous plan, and I applaud you guys for taking this on. Now, I'm very vocal in this. This is something I've watched for years. I took the survey a year ago. This is about businesses on Broadway, okay? It's not just about the safety and the cyclists of that protected lane. You got to understand there's going to be this huge area in front that is going to be this welcoming area up and down Broadway, because we know we want to see more businesses on Broadway. It's a dead end zone, as you know. People want to get down to the square. This whole promenade up and down, we need to embrace it, bring the parklets out, like set up seating on the sidewalks, get people in this protected lane. It's a beautiful, beautiful plan. Let's not try to push it into the traffic, okay? Thank you for your time. I'm a lifelong resident. I love cycling. This is my first council meeting. Sorry if I seem to be so adamant about it.
Thank you, Mr. Aslan.
Next, we have, it's listed as Simon Blattner, but I'm guessing it might be Kimberly.
Yes, this is Kimberly, and actually, I am passing this to Judy Young because she had problems with her computer before. So this is, the sign up there says Simon Blattner, but it is now Judy Young.
Hi, thank you. I sent a letter this morning to all 5 city council members and Garrett Toy because my comments are probably too long for 3 minutes. But after listening to all the other comments who are well organized and pretty well scripted, I think there's a theme here that is passed along through certain community. And I understand that the bikers are passionate about this. My husband and I are not anti-bikers by any means. We have children and grandchildren that love biking, and I'd love to be able to have them be out safely in Sonoma. I'm concerned about the safety of the drivers and the life that the residents have to endure with 1-lane traffic in both directions. There is no way that this will be safe. Absolutely no way. And there are 5 questions we have of Caltrans, and I'd like them answered by the city council at some point, because I think we haven't heard these answers to big things. I'll just highlight a few. First of all, there should be a light. Traffic is dangerous. I almost got hit in the crosswalk at Andrew. A lady was exiting Andrew, going north on Broadway. I was in the middle of the crosswalk. I'm alert. I'm agile. I watched her car. I thought she had me. She didn't. She looked right up. She looked south because she wanted to, see what the traffic situation was there. She literally almost hit me. And when I said, well, kind of standing in the street askance, she rolled down her window, mortified, apologetic. I'm so sorry. She said, I was just watching the traffic from the south. It's a dangerous, dangerous, important street, a dangerous intersection. Something must be done. That will slow traffic. There is no way, in my husband's and my view, or the view of any resident that we have around here, that feels this road will ever be safe again if you limit this to 1 lane. I would rather have biking on the paths if you need it and take the parking away, but you can't have parking and biking and safety. Another huge issue, the turn lanes. Left turn lane off of Broadway onto Andrew is often frequent times all during the day, large semi-moving truck type vans, trucks, unloading. I don't know what they're doing. They're never in the car when to ask them. So those trucks are in the turn lane. They block it. They cover almost up to the end of Dutch Brothers. So there's room really for one lane of one car. The second car, I was fifth car in line today, but it's not a problem because there's a left turn lane. There was no truck. But if imagine one lane, only one lane, one car's in the turn lane, one car behind that car is straddling it because they can't fit because the truck's there. The other 2, 3, 4 cars behind them are stopped in the one lane of traffic. Obviously, I don't have to spell out what problems that could be. It's not a problem now because cars go around that waiting line, but it is a problem. It will be a problem. The other problem with congestion building up is parking. Imagine, parallel parking is not an easy task for most people. One lane of traffic, the car tries to back up into a parking space next to a bike lane with 2, 3 cars behind them. They can't get in. Build up a traffic. My last point, please let me finish this. This is also important. The town of Sonoma has considered biking issues. From MacArthur to 2nd Street, there are bike emblems painted, recently painted, in the road. That's where the bikes should go. Hotels direct their bikers to that road. They can make a right on the painted now from 2nd Street East, not below 2nd Street East, and they can go on and continue out to 8th Street. It's just a reroute if anybody's on Broadway before south of that. And where do they go when they imagine the bikers at Napa Street? They make a right where? Into the back end of cars. There is no biking permitted on the plaza not legally, maybe for the fancy bikers.
Mr. Mayor, this is.
Excuse me, Ms. Young, the time is over. All right, next one, please.
That would be Scott Peterson.
Hello, my name is Scott Peterson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I was born in Sonoma, 1980, right at Sonoma Valley Hospital. Been here my whole life. This is absolutely absurd that you guys are making this single lane traffic. Number one, absolutely dangerous. People will die. It's a matter of time. From what I understand, LA is taking the same configuration out. Number two, single lane traffic, it's going to be backed up to MacArthur Place. 2nd Street East, 2nd Street West, all those roads are going to get impacted. So we're talking about dangerous on one road. You're going to make every road dangerous. The gateway of Sonoma, it's been in movies. It's been in commercials, or double lane. I have a picture of it on my wall of my father's company in 1950. It's iconic. The diagonal lanes, I get it, got rid of them. But doing this design is absolutely dangerous. And I think you all should reconsider and do another vote and take the public's comments. Social media is in a rage. It's all over town. You didn't listen to us. You represent us. Take your time and make the right decision. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Next, we have Douglas Wood.
Mr. Wood, it's your turn.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'll be as brief as I can. I participated in the meeting on Wednesday night. I want to reiterate what some previous speakers have said. I'm a bit dismayed by the nature in which the meeting was brought forth. I feel that as council members, you had ample opportunity to review the plans put before you, which you voted on in August. And while now you may feel under the gun or under the heat by some vocal members of the community, I would ask you to stand by your original vote. That's the first thing I'd like to say. The second thing I'd like to say is that I'm also a resident of Sonoma Valley. I grew up here, and I witnessed this firsthand when I lived on Andrick Street a little over 10 years ago, when they took 5th Street West from 4 lanes down to 2 lanes and made it a much safer environment, contrary to the 2 previous speakers' baseless, evidence-less suggestions that it will make it less safe on Broadway. By calming traffic, you will make it safer not only for cars, but pedestrians and bicyclists. And I encourage you to stick by your original vote with Plan B. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Next is, it looks like this may be our last speaker, Lorelei Farmer.
Okay, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Ms.
Okay, thank you.
Farmer.
Okay, so I'm all for bicycle, pedestrian, and car safety and prefer Plan A. But let's keep in mind, in 2018, there were 6,238 pedestrians and 857 bicyclists killed in crashes with motor vehicles in the US. The city council members that all voted for Plan B, as far as I'm concerned, put more emphasis on bicycle safety than pedestrians using the crosswalks on Broadway. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was the original intent of the special meeting in August. There are a lot more pedestrian than bicycle riders on Broadway. They did not elect to put an overhead pedestrian signal light on Broadway, but elected to put one on Napa Street between 7th Street West and the curve at El Pueblo. I can't believe there are more pedestrians crossing there than by the post office, or even more so at Hopmonk. Even the gentleman who spoke at the meeting on Wednesday about a bicycle lane on Broadway made reference to the difficulty of crossing at that intersection on bikes. Another issue I'd like to address with Plan B is cars that have to turn left or right or cross Broadway at the side streets. Since I live on the east side, I approach Broadway from France almost daily. If there is a car parked to the left in the parking place closest to France, it is difficult to see oncoming traffic on Broadway without having to pull out onto the roadway. I just looked at the map and walked down because I could not believe there's actually almost a fully slotted parking spot closer to France in this new configuration. How is it now that 20 feet out onto Broadway, my vision is even better seeing oncoming traffic? I don't think so. So how is Plan B better for all drivers? Apparently, no one was aware of these delineators or pollards, as they are referred to in the IT. I never saw any of them on the configurations provided prior today. Are we going with those dirty plastic white ones like on First Street West, or others I saw on the internet that are bright orange and not that inexpensive? If they have been selected, why is there not a picture of them on the agenda items? And why is it going to cost more to switch from Plan B to A? If we do so, we are eliminating the delineators that should reduce the cost, plus the cost of installation. But I'd like to have somebody explain why it's going to cost more. In conclusion, bicycle riders spend 99.9% of their time riding on the road with the flow of traffic alongside him. I realize the gentleman talked about his son, so I can't imagine there's going to be a whole bunch of people taking their little kids down to Broadway to be in that protected place. So I just don't quite understand the fuss over 3 blocks of Broadway when we can maintain the same configuration like on 5th Street East and the rest of Sonoma as in Plan A. And we are also losing additional parking spaces. So at the August meeting, everyone except for Council Barnett was in favor of a bike lane on Broadway. The decision was, do we go with A or B? And even, okay. So I just want to say, in conclusion, although not in favor of either A or B, Plan A makes much more sense as more aesthetically pleasing while still maintaining a safe bike corridor, just like we have on 5th Street and all the rest of the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farmer.
We do have one additional hand, Thomas.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Ells, and I'm a registered civil engineer and have been for over 35 years, registered, over 40 years experience. And one lane of traffic, as I understand, you're going to be having on Broadway with one lane of traffic actually is much more safe. People drive in accordance with what the environment is around them. If they have a lot of space, there doesn't seem to be many things happening, and they drive very fast. And if the environment is congested with things such as parked cars and potential for people to cross, people they automatically drive slower. Many years ago, some years ago, I was in the parking lot there where the Blockbuster video was, and I watched a car hit in the parking lot. Someone was exiting the parking, and he just touched the car in front of him, pushed it out into the street a little bit, and he got really excited, and he tried to flee the accident. And he turned to the right and went down towards, I think it's Napa Street, and he spun his tires. He went up onto the sidewalk several times. He missed the poles along the road. which were up on the sidewalk. He barely missed those, and he crashed into a car in front of him and pushed the car all the way across the street with himself, and crashed into a pole on the other side of the street. So people do things very strangely, oddly. You don't expect it. It's better to have people drive a little slower, which they do when they get used to it. They get used to things around them. The other thing is, when you have that one lane, people will be driving slower, and it's when people are driving slower, the traffic from adjacent side streets, it's actually easier for them to get onto the street because cars are going slower, as opposed to the faster way that they drive when there's 2 lanes in each direction. And so that's what I just wanted to say. And it does seem a bit untoward that you make a decision to support bike lanes, and then all of a sudden there's this reconsideration, and it will cost more because all plans, according to Sonoma County Transportation Authority, the Caltrans already made the plans. Everything is already in the works. They're going to have to amend the plans and do a redesign, and obviously there's change orders and things like that. So the net result would be already with the current cost and then additional costs. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Larson.
We can give it just a few more minutes. No one else seems, or a few more seconds, no one else seems to be raising their hand at this time. Mayor Dean, that I
All right.
see.
Thank you so much for every participants for our dinner meeting. And also thank you everyone. These days, these in a couple of the weeks, sending an email to each in the city councils, to me in a personal and phone calls. We couldn't reply in a timely manner. We were saying sorry, but we are truly listening and consider all your concerns. We do our best to make the better decision. Thank you again. So now right now, we come back to the city council. We will discuss again, and in the more comments, and then Mr. Commissioner Felder already have the proposed, and we can discuss again, and probably we will have the motion, and then we can vote. Right now, yeah, we can discuss. Am I right, Mr. Toy? This procedure is proper?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you've closed public comment. So now for the council, you could discuss it. Someone can make a motion, you can have a second, you could discuss it, or you could continue to discuss it, or you can take a vote on the motion.
All right.
Really, it's up to the council.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Agravante, please. Unmute.
Sorry. So I just want to ask if the city attorney could explain the voting process with us again, with respect to abstentions and how you count this and everything. Oh, and go ahead. Sorry, I wander.
The motion to reconsider must be made by one of the council members who voted in support of the plan that was approved in August.
Right.
It can be seconded by any council member, and all council members can vote. Abstentions don't count, as we now have learned, as I have now learned. And hopefully soon we'll have actually a formal written policy to that effect. Votes that are in opposition and count in opposition. So we'll see how it plays out. But the originator of the motion must be one of the folks who voted in favor of the original plan in August of 2021.
So for this process to pass to reconsideration, you need 3 votes?
You need a majority of the votes that you count. So if 2 of you were to abstain, there'd only be 3 votes that you count, And if two of those three votes voted in favor of reconsideration, the motion would pass. For an example, as a hypothetical. If you all vote either yay or nay, then we use 5 as the denominator. And as long as 3 of you vote in favor of the motion, then it passes also.
Commissioner Fowler, I think you want to say something.
I originally wanted a clarification that it requires only a simple majority, which I think it's already been answered. If it pleases the mayor, I would just as soon go ahead and make a motion and see if there's a second, and then we can have discussion after the motion is on the floor, as opposed to discussing it first and then waiting to see if a motion is going to be made.
Oh,
It's your pleasure, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So I agree. Right now, we have the motion by Commissioner Fowler. If anyone be second, according to Mr. Walker, anybody here, we have and the rest of the 4 council members could, as in a second.
I'll second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Councilmember
No,
Felder?
no, no.
Discussion?
We need to
No
discuss, or?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So from my, the side, why I support this reconsideration. First of all, we should be in the compliant. We're in the local government and the city government, we should be in the compliant. So that's the reason why we left, the last meeting, we didn't finish. But we agree we shouldn't continue because the issue hasn't fully discussed yet. And also we have the legal issue and some controversy for the absent in the vote. So now right now, based on analysis by our legal counsel, Mr. Walker, he already gave us very clear answer. I pretty much for sure this is so-called very solid legal ground for us to open this meeting, and then we can start to reconsider other options we have. These kind of legal process, I totally agree, and also 100% we should be compliant with. What is more important is when we make any decision, we want to look at it, it's the goodwill for our community as a whole, and in the short term and in the long term. So that I strongly believe, and August 2nd, we made a decision, and also I was one of the majority to vote supporting the option B. To be honest, at that time, I made that decision without sufficient information. So now right now, we do have more information, so it's a wolf. We reopen the case, look at it again. Thank you. Yeah, Vice Mayor Barnett, please.
Thank you, Mayor Ding. I seconded this motion because I think it's very important that we do our best to get Broadway right. I think it's interesting that many people in public comment and people that have emailed us have said that we've already made the decision and we shouldn't reconsider it and we should just move on, when this city council in 2020 did make a decision to restripe Broadway the exact same way, which Councilwoman Agramonte voted for. And we reconsidered this in 2021 after a pedestrian was horribly hit in a crosswalk on Broadway and her dog was killed. Meaning we are here because we are reconsidering a decision this city council made in 2020. And so I think reconsidering tonight is very appropriate because we need to get it right, whether it is keep it how it is now, option A, or stay with option B. But until Caltrans stripes, I believe we have enough time to try to get this right. And so that's why I want to continue to discuss this, because there's, I think, a lot of information we didn't have in August that we have now. And so I think it's more than appropriate to reconsider it tonight. And I also am bothered, and just was I was just mentioning, this council reconsidered this item in 2021 after a council made a decision in 2020 because a pedestrian was horribly hit in the crosswalk on Broadway, because this was always about pedestrians. And in the last week or so, this has become the cause célèbre for the Sonoma County bike activist community. I always thought that this was about pedestrian safety, not the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. And so I would just ask the city council tonight to respond to people in Sonoma who are overwhelmingly against this plan, and not people in Santa Rosa or other parts of Sonoma County who want to use Broadway as an example for parking protected bike lanes throughout Sonoma County. We heard tonight and on Wednesday, this will be the first parking protected bike lane in Sonoma County. And that, I don't care. I just want to get Broadway right. And I don't think we should be exploited by people outside Sonoma using Broadway for their own political purposes. And so I would just ask the city council to vote to reconsider this and try to get Broadway right for our citizens and not people outside our city. Thank you.
I yield to Mr. Barnett.
Commissioner Agramonte.
No, I yield to Mr. Barnett. I have something to say, but I wanted to yield to, I'm sorry, to Mr. Felder. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Mr. Felder. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to point out both to this council and to the public in general that this is not just about restriping. This is a public safety improvement project which will include additional enhancements at the crosswalks to provide warning for motorists that there's somebody in a crosswalk attempting to cross the street. So it is more than just restriping, it is also pedestrian safety. That being said, I think that I will come back in later if people have more concerns, but let me just restate that the only reason that I had asked for reconsideration on this item is that we were not given any sufficient detail on option B back in August. And when it finally was presented to us a week ago, what was presented was not an acceptable option in my estimation. So all I am trying to do by reconsidering this item is to move us from option B to option A. It will still have a reduction in lanes for a road diet and provide pedestrian safety, but it will be a much better implementation of a buffered bike lane and reduced traffic lanes. It eliminates all of the problems associated with bulb outs. It also eliminates the unsightly bollards that have been proposed. So that's all I'm trying to do with this thing, and I hope that the council understands that and the public understands that. I'm not trying to go all the way back to ground zero. I'm trying to modify the restriping plan to give us a better plan for the whole approach to the plaza. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Felder.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Council Member Felder. I know exactly what you're talking about. You know, just to go back to another comment, one of the things about Sonoma, even though it takes a long time to get it, you know what? We were first in banning candy cigarettes and vaping, which is huge. The whole state is now working on that. Other states are working on it. The other thing we did, I think, it is candy cigarettes and also climate. We had 22 actions for climate change. which was passed many, many years ago. I think that's really amazing. So why can't we take a forward look with respect to bicycle protection and pedestrian? I answered over 60 emails, people who didn't agree, people who did agree. And one thing I did say, Councilmember Felder, is we did not have the information. So it makes us, as I said the other day, we look like we don't know what we're doing, but we didn't have information, which I think is a shame. So this is what we're here to do. It's a very difficult issue. I was even threatened. The police came over to talk to me about it, which I'm kind of excited about it. I haven't had a threat in a long time. So, they said we should get security on our doors now, on our house. This is important, but in your defense, Mr. Felder, you have no secret reason for doing this. You were plain and simple. And what I want people to know is the difference between delineators and bollards or whatever they are. And I don't think anybody even showed that to me. I've been looking online. I work at SCTA to understand the difference. This place needs to be safe for pedestrians, bicyclists, and drivers. That's what it needs to be safe for. Not just people who have lived there all their lives, which people who have lived here all their lives have called me and said, please, I can't even ride down the street with my child or grandchildren because they aren't protected. I would never even, I've lived here since 2004. I've crossed Broadway 4 times. It's a dangerous street. I live near it and I wouldn't cross it. So this is very serious, and why not be the first? Why not be the first? So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Agrimonte. Councilmember Lowe, please.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you, Mayor Ding, for your leadership. I know that it was a very difficult meeting for you, and I just want to extend my appreciation for your leadership under such a trying time. I know your heart is in the right place, and things were difficult for you. So I just want to personally make that comment. One thing that I have learned through my years with meetings is that 2 things you try to avoid are special meetings and reconsideration. And unfortunately, we're in the midst of both of them. What I think should have happened, and I'm not speaking, I'll talk about the bike lanes when, with the assumption that this motion passes at that point. I just want to talk about the process a little bit. I'm deeply concerned that the information that Councilmember Felder came across was not presented in a different forum that would have given the public and the council members sufficient time to look at it and then consider options. I don't think jumping to reconsideration is something we needed to do. I think what could have happened is that we could have been presented a regular meeting with 72 hours notice, an additional meeting, not so much a special meeting, at which time we could have looked at the updates from the architects, from Caltrans, from the engineers, just to update us, which I think is important anyway. And I hope that projects going forward, we get updates as things happen. So in real time, the public, the council can look at them and go, oh, wow, that doesn't look like what I thought we voted on. And then we can make decisions. It doesn't need reconsideration. It's part of the planning and building process. When I was on the school board for 8 years, we did school bonds. And on the agenda, on the consent calendar was, 20 change orders at least every single meeting. And we could have pulled them off. We could have found out what they were. But things happen, we ran out of silver doorknobs, you're getting, gold doorknob, whatever it is. Change orders happen, things happen. And I think that would have been, and I hope going forward will be, the process on big projects that we have. that we shouldn't immediately go, oh my God, we got to change the whole thing. Possibly that there could have been some slight changes. It sounds like the bollards, I don't really quite understand what they look like. I haven't seen these plans, oh, thank you. Thank you, council member. Perhaps there would have been a way to give feedback and say, we don't like the bollards, or we don't like the color, or we don't like the height, or maybe they would say, but they're absolutely mandatory, you have to have them, in which case the logical thing would follow. The reason I didn't mean to start what happened the other night, I simply was trying to make the point that I was not on the council when this happened in August, and a typical vote of reconsideration happens with the existing council members. And I just felt like it was yours to own. It was your motion, and I didn't want to weigh one way or the other to change the direction that the original makers of the motion and voters had. I just felt like that was fair. I apologize for all of the following things that happened as a result, but I just felt like reconsideration happens with the same people. That being said, I absolutely, should this motion pass, I will have opinions regarding the next steps, and I will hope that we are fully engaged in getting every single update, not just for us, but for the public, and that we handle our meetings in regular meetings where people are noticed and can get the information and show up, etc. That means a lot. And anyway, thank you for your time. And thank you again, Mayor Ding, for your leadership.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, the Councilmember Lowe. Thank you.
May I speak again?
Yes.
Just to clarify from some of the previous remarks, it was not my intention to ask for reconsideration. However, after having a number of requests to get additional information about what option B was going to look like, going way back to the time in July when I walked Broadway with the Public Works Director, and we discussed the possibilities of what things would look like, and I was told that bollards were not going to be a part of the process. That when we came down to the 11th hour last Friday, and I was finally given that information, and it was, by the way, it was sent to the entire council, but I was given that information. The only way that I was going to be able to stop an imminent action by Caltrans, I was told that I would have to go through reconsideration by our city manager. And he agreed to talk to the mayor and to see if he could arrange a special meeting to accomplish that. But that was the only option I was presented with in order to make any changes to the plan before it was accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. Thank you. So right now, I want to clarify everything. We have an motion already. And also the motion is to reconsider the Broadway restriping project. This motion was raised by Councilmember Felder and seconded by Vice Mayor Barnett. So now everything is clear for everyone, for us 5 in the city council member, or if any questions needed to be clarified by city manager, Mr. Toye, or city attorney, Mr. Water. Looks like a none. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Felder,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe,
Abstain.
Councilmember Agramonte,
No.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
Aye.
Mayor Dean.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-1-1. Thank you.
All right. Let's move on to item of the discussion 3.1, number 2. Motion to reconsider passes right now, already passed. Discuss and consider decide option for restriping of the Broadway. And option A is selected, adopting the resolution requesting California State Department of Transportation to requesting the Broadway or restriping Broadway plan to improve pedestrian safety between MacArthur Street and Napa Street. Basically, my understanding is right now, the case is fresh. This is the case is in on the front, just like exactly August 2nd, 2021. We have 3 options. Number 1, keep as is. That means keep as it was. That means last week, last month, 2 years ago. We can just reprint it exactly the same line, same measurement as like 1 month or 2 months before. That is option 1. The second option, we restriping. Under the restriping, we have the 2 options, option A and option B. Right now, it's open for us to discuss. City Manager, Mr. Toy, am I right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think maybe before you go further, is there any benefit to a 5-minute break?
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you.
That'd be great. Yeah, thank you, Imai.
Thank you.
Great.
Maria.
Oh, all right. Yeah. I think everyone isn't here.
So, Mr. Mayor, could I have a point of order, a little quickie thing on
Sure.
order? Thank you. Couple of things that I wanted to know, because I think this is going to be great to move forward with respect to what's the difference between a bollard and a delineator, because they seem to be mixed in together. And a couple other things. Are we going to have the city engineer online with us? Okay, so I just wanted to bring that up because I think there's a confusion about the two. And then if you don't mind, I'll go back to what Councilmember Kelso said. The reason I changed my vote back in, I don't even remember what year it was. I remember that Logan Harvey was mayor and did a wonderful job. I've never met a mayor as energetic and as outgoing as him. He did a great job. And I have nothing to even say about that. But what happened was, it wasn't, and it was very sad. The woman was hit, the dog died, to my knowledge. Why I changed my vote was because Logan was shocked by the vitriol put towards the council with respect to this whole redoing of Broadway. And he said, he was in office. So,
Mayor, Councilmember Agramonte, you like froze in the middle of that statement.
Oh God, maybe it was meant to be.
Yeah, you can repeat it. Yeah, you just talk about the Logan Harvey.
Right, when Logan Harvey was mayor, we voted on the striping. We were starting that. It was in the embryonic stage. And he was taken aback, and he can let us know if this is true or not, by the vitriol on us, the city council, even to discuss this issue. It wasn't as bad as electric blowers, no more gas blowers, but it was pretty rough. And he did change his mind, and I supported him because it was rough. It was a hard thing, and that's all I want to say. And I'm sorry, of course, I can't imagine being hurt in the way that she was. But I just wanted to let you know I was there, and that's what happened.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Agramonte. Yeah, share the history. Yeah, sometimes history is very important, refreshing, a lot of the information, good for us. That's great. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I just want to bring it up again. The difference between delineators and bollards.
Oh, yes.
So we need to get a picture or something.
Mr. Toyer, can you answer Councilmember Agramonte's question, please?
Yes, actually, a traffic engineer does have the picture of the bollards within his PowerPoint presentation.
The delineator.
Yeah, the bollard delineator. He'll actually show what that would look like. Is it appropriate, Mr. Mayor, for me to go ahead and make a brief staff report before I turn it over to the traffic engineer?
Yes, that is right. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Okay. So with the passage of your motion, it's like you're considering a Broadway restriping for the first time, but I think it's important for the council and community to somewhat put it within the context of your meeting also in August of the action you took. So as you indicated, Mr. Mayor, one of the things you considered in August for the Broadway restriping and for this meeting is that at that time you considered the restriping of Broadway. Well, you had options. The options before you back in August and tonight were, one, you could have kept Broadway striping how it was before the repaving project, right? So in essence, 2-lane travel lanes in each direction with a 2-way left-hand turn lane. And the other option, again, was in August and now is you could adopt what we'll refer to as a reduction of travel lanes, which a travel engineer will go into. That's basically between MacArthur and Napa on Broadway. And within the context of reduction of the travel lanes was a discussion of bike lane configuration. Back in August, we referred to option A as the buffered bike lane and option B, the protected bike lane. Buffered bike lane was basically curb, parking, bike lane, travel lane. Option B, protected bike lane, is curb, bike lane, parking, and then travel lane. Back in, oops, sorry, should have turned that off. Back in August, we had let's see, sorry, I'm trying to, oops, I see, wrong phone, sorry, too many phones, I apologize. So, and back in August, what the staff recommendation was the buffered bike lane, which was option A, and ultimately the council selected option B, protected bike lane, back in August. Now, in the staff report, I think I need to clarify, when the staff report where we say city staff, the city's traffic engineer, Caltrans and Sonoma County Transportation Authority, we're indicating back in August, we all supported a bike lane configuration. Obviously, the Transportation Authority has made clear today, like the protected bike lane, as well as the Bicycle Coalition. I think for staff perspective, we had recommended option A back in August, a buffered bike lane as our preferred scenario. So that's within that context. I think that's a staff recommendation going forward as you consider the presentation from the traffic engineer. If staff is still supportive, as well as the traffic engineer, and I assume the Sonoma County Transportation Authority, is still supportive of the reduced traffic lane concept that was originally approved in August. And really what we like the council to focus on more so is which type of bike lane configuration do you prefer? The one that was approved in August, which is option B, protected bike lane, or you want to go back to option A, which is the buffered bike lane. So that's our recommendation. We support still continuing with the traffic lane reduction as are previously approved, and really you focus your discussion on what bike lane configuration you would like. So unless there's any specific questions to what I just said, I think it'd be helpful if you receive the presentation from the traffic engineer. But I see Vice Mayor Barnett has a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make clear, and this probably doesn't matter at this point, but the configuration that kept Broadway the way it was always also had a bike lane. It wasn't a protected bike lane, it wasn't a buffered bike lane, but it was just a standard bike lane. So every option we had before us, whether it was keeping Broadway the way it was, option A or option B, they all had bike lanes. So I just wanted to state that for the record.
Mr. Toya, can you now verify it, or maybe you can ask your staff verify it?
Yeah, I think a traffic engineer may be able to comment. I don't remember if there were Cheryl markings on the roadway or something else, but I think the traffic engineer can also address that within his comments. And so if it's okay, I'd like to turn it over to the traffic engineer, Frank Henry, I think should be, oh, there we are. He's on. So what I could do, Frank, I'll be controlling the PowerPoint, so I could just share my screen and that will pop on. And then just let me know if I need to change a slide or if I change the slide too quickly, if that's okay.
The only thing I did do is in response to Councilmember Agramonte is I did add a little information here regarding a bollard versus the delineator, as was indicated, and I have that in the slide deck in front of me. If that's not, oh, you seem to be having it. I've got mine ready if we want to just roll with that.
Okay, let me try it again. For every reason, the computer just went crazy on the PowerPoint. So let me try sharing screen again. If that doesn't work, then maybe Frank could try it. So hang on. Yeah, sorry, I'm having little technical problems, and a lot's related to the setup I have right here. It's moving, it's arbitrarily moving the mouse as I, okay. Let's see. Maybe Frank, if you have it, maybe you can share your screen and do it that way. For whatever
Absolutely.
reasons, my configuration is such that the mouse just goes crazy when I try to share the screen.
Let's see if did that work?
Yeah, I think that worked.
Excellent. And so I am not muted. Excellent. Well, Council Member Ding, Mayor Ding, council members, this is in kind of in expectation of what the concerns and questions were leading up to this. I apologize if it is somewhat maybe a more truncated presentation that was originally presented. I've been involved with this project since the original outreach back in 2019. And so there's a fair amount of history, and I hope to explain I think some of the items that you either have concerns about. Let's just we can roll through it here. So there we go, progressing the slides. So the agenda is to cover some background information about the project, describe the bike facility types associated not only with the project, but just in general. So you have the vernacular, as well as discussing the roadway cross sections, the bike lane alternatives, and the bikeway line path of travel. Some things that I think will be helpful, and maybe we'll need to revisit with some questions. I'm not entirely sure. Parking maneuvers, parking maneuvers, as well as the timing of the improvements. So with the background of the project, Broadway serves as your main street and view corridor for Historic Plaza and City Hall. Broadway, prior to recent paving, had a 5-lane configuration with 2 vehicular lanes in each direction, a 2-way left turn center, or 2-way center left turn lane, and a wide on-street parking lane. The city's general plan circulation element in 2016 noted that Sonoma's size, scale, climate, and topography made it ideal for bicycling, and proposed a 3-lane configuration of Broadway to provide space for cyclists. Pedestrian safety would also be improved with the 3-lane configuration due to the reduced exposure at the pedestrian crossings. A 3-lane configuration along Broadway would not be expected to impact traffic queues based on projected traffic volumes analysis, and the analysis provided and approved by Caltrans, provided to and approved by Caltrans as part of this project. The Sonoma Bicycle Master Plan also calls for a Class 2 bike lane along Broadway. The existing lane configuration on Broadway northbound approaching the plaza and Napa Street would not change from McDonald North with either of the proposed alternatives, option A or option B. Broadway, southbound near the intersection of MacArthur Street, would also not be reduced from the existing two lanes in each direction on approach at and through the signal at MacArthur. Public engagement has been conducted on this project since 2019 with coordination of all city staff and agencies as an attempt to include as an initial attempt to include in the Caltrans project. So the 2019 effort that was halted in 2020 would have allowed Caltrans to react and work the project into the then being designed roadway rehabilitation project. Caltrans pavement rehabilitation is currently underway now and extends from Vallejo to Napa, from Vallejo Avenue to Napa Road, Lavaroni Road. This is an $8.7 million investment in State Route 12 here in Sonoma Valley, and the current project is currently ready to stripe this improvement that we had selected option B. Let me see here. Let's go to the next slide. So a little bit about the data along Broadway. So Broadway traffic data on average, and this is Caltrans' own data, carries between 8,000 and average vehicles per day. That's an average annual with peaks in excess of 11,000 vehicles per day. That's both directions in the vicinity of Broadway between Napa and MacArthur. In comparison, 11,000 vehicles a day travel along West Napa Street, and as much as 14,000 vehicles a day are experienced along State Route 12 in the Agua Caliente and Boys communities. Operational capacity of a 2 to 3 lane roadway with a northbound, southbound lane and a center two-way left turn lane would be a level of service A or B. The peak hour traffic in both directions would be about 840 vehicles, and the capacity of it's important to note that the capacity of the roadway is largely focused on its nodes or the intersections. So I can quote that 1,900 vehicles per hour per lane is the capacity of a road lane. However, the operation of the intersection nodes, the intersection of Napa Street and Broadway at the plaza, and the intersection of MacArthur at Broadway to the south. Those intersections won't change with either of the improvement options before you. Therefore, the capacity of the roadway doesn't largely change because the intersection operations don't change either. In comparison, State Route 12 between Santa Rosa and Napa is largely the 2 to 3 lane configuration that exists both north and south of Broadway, or of the segment we're talking about along Broadway. So bike facility types. In a discussion of bike facility types, it's important to discuss those in context of the level of traffic stress. And the level of traffic stress is expressed by this graphic here as level 1 being most riders, they're interested but concerned, but feel comfortable on roadways and trails that provide them some measure of separation or protection from traveling public or vehicles. Level stress 2 is interested but concerned, and those adults or drivers or riders are interested in facilities that are dedicated to bicycle facilities and separated from traffic as well. Enthusiastic and confident. These are riders that would ride on a bike lane that may or may not be separated, would not be separated. And then level of traffic service is 4 is those strong and fearless riders, those that are going to take the roadway, possibly even take the travel lane and motor around. We refer to them sometimes as the Lycra bike riders, but they can manifest themselves as any bike rider that is confident enough to ride within the travel way and adjacent to moving traffic of a variety of travel speeds. Now, when we talk about what those facilities look like, there is a class of facility here that I did leave off the graphic, and that is a class 1 facility. A class 1 facility is one that is actually separated from the roadway. So not necessarily a sidewalk, but a widened sidewalk, much like the trail that circles the city of Sonoma to the north. Now, where I start our discussion here is with what was selected as the preferred alternative, class 4 protected bikeway. You'll see here in the graphic, and these graphics are provided by NACTO, the National Association of City Transportation Officials, and provides a basis for all transportation bike lane facilities. In fact, NACTO has other publications. This is the one as we're transitioning into improved bike lanes that really is the basis for this design. Class 4 bikeway, you can see here is a parking lane, protected, striped and protected, in this case here by some planters from the bikeway being separated from the sidewalk. The second, and that is our option A, which is the buffered class 2 bike lane. And you can see here that the parking is against the curb. The bike lane, the class 2 bike lane is against the parking, and a buffer exists between the travel lane and the same direction of bike lane. The class 2 bike lanes are simply a separated bike lane adjacent to parking, set very closely, but in between the travel lane and the parking lane. A class 3 is actually a share the road condition. This exists on many of the neighborhood streets and some of the residential and collector roadways around Sonoma. But it is the Shero is the preferred methodology for noting a bicycle route. There is no separate lane or facility for cyclists. Now, in the context of the Broadway project, I'm showing here option B on the left because we did go left to right in an order. So option B is the class 4 protected bikeway, and you can see here is a visual simulation of what that would look like with the two-way left turn lane, the travel lane, the parking lane, a buffer, and only to denote so you can see clearly where the bike lane would be, we have that shown in green. However, I think we've gone through this before, but it's important to note that the only green that would be located along the roadway would be located where there is a conflict at the intersection. So essentially bringing the bike lane across the intersections of France and Chase and Duncan, McDowell. The option to the right, option A, is a buffered class 2 bike lane. And you'll notice that that bike lane is set within the same roadway configuration, a single lane in each direction, a two-way left turn lane. In this case, because of the reduction in travel lanes, what we're afforded is actually a 12-foot travel lane in each direction that is now being returned back to the parking and bicycle facilities. And therefore, what we show here is actually a buffer between not only the bike lane and the travel lane, but a buffer, essentially a 3-foot buffer, could be a 4-foot, but over the length of the roadway, we do have a varying amount. So that buffer wouldn't necessarily be striped as you see here. And I have some other cross sections, I'll note this again, but parking would be against the curb. And that buffer between the bike lane and the car would prevent dooring of the cyclist while they're traveling. Dooring being the action of a door opening up into a bike lane while somebody exits a vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, the cyclist is in the travel lane. So the advantage we have with our buffered option A is that we have a buffer on both sides of the bike lane. Now, much to someone who's actually been involved with this project from the beginning, and I will say my apologies if this bollard was misconstrued by any means. Take a second here, and what I'll indicate is that when the project was developed in 2019, and those graphics were graphics that we maintained through even the most recent approval of option B in August of 2nd, is that we had always intended that this would be something we would be requesting of Caltrans, and Caltrans would be designing. That was the intent in 2020. When the project was approved as an actual project request of Caltrans in August of 2021, Caltrans had already released the project for construction. It was through an incredibly, an intense process to actually get this project included within the Caltrans project, as it had already been to bid and issued for construction, and contractor was already on site. We worked very closely with the agencies, with SCTA, with Caltrans to try and make the request a reality. These bollards, as you'll see here, are actually Caltrans operates in a tiered system with regard to what's required. So there's shall, should, and may with regard to their standards. Shall means you shall do this. Shall, should, and may. Should is if there's good justification to do it, you have some flexibility in shoulds, as well as you do have some flexibilities in shalls based on engineering judgment. And then you have mays, which are, it's a good suggestion, you're not required to do it. Caltrans actually has a class 4 parking or protected bikeway design bulletin, DIB 89. In DIB 89, it notes the multiple different situations, a protected, we're calling it parking protected because that's what exists here. but a protected bikeway is an on-street bikeway that is protected by some measure, whether that be a planter strip, a curb, delineators, bollards, some measure. And it differs from a buffered as that there are something is located within the buffer, which would make it difficult to park on the other side or in the bike lane. That's why what you'll see here is actually, you can see the parking tick. You can see I don't know if my mouse does show, but you can see the parking tick here in the foreground. You can see the bollard. You can see the hatched or buffered buffering between the parking and the bike lane, the curb and sidewalk to the left here, and the cyclist within that roadway. Now to the question of what a bollard and a delineator look like, they're actually very similar. They're both plastic. They are both they're knockdown. So in this case here, this delineator, which exists in many locations, and I think you have some examples in the city of Sonoma, a vehicle could knock this over if it needed to, or accidentally did that. It is somewhat resilient and should pop back up. The intent with these bollards, and they were actually developed specifically for this use because they look more formidable. They do come in a variety of colors. Our project, as I will show you in a moment, the option B, while it was not the initial intent and it was not shown in the cross sections, and that is because we did not know Caltrans's position. As I indicated, DIB 90 or 89 indicates that they are not required, but when locations where parked vehicles may, based on either a history or a refresh of those that may park on the street, whether that's visitors, vacation, anybody who may just show up, we didn't want them to ignore the markings on the ground and end up parking against the sidewalk as they would have in the past, even if it was 5 minutes to pick up something. So therefore, we did include, I'll say, the bollards were included as we went forward with the project as it was in construction, because at that point, what we needed to do was go through the encroachment permit process with Caltrans. So if there was any, as I move forward here, we'll go into the roadway sections, because I think this seems to be potentially the issue of concern here, is that you'll see in the top is the existing cross section at an intersection. So this is important to note that this is where the bulb outs exist currently. And therefore you do not see parking, because parking is back here behind the tree on both sides. This is a typical installation or location. It's not any one of them in particular. Chase, I could have said, this was so long and that there was a parked car here. We tried to keep these very simple. These are drawings that had been included for a while here. And so you can see the existing condition is at a pedestrian crossing. And actually the intent of this particular graphic is to show the existing exposure of a pedestrian while crossing the roadway is 60 feet from edge of travelway to edge of travelway with the 5-lane section. I refrain from saying existing, but I guess that's essentially what we're talking about. The roadway itself, Broadway is actually in some locations as wide as 86 feet. So you can see that with a change in roadway width, we go from where there's bulb outs, that it's as narrow as 70 feet, to locations where it's actually as wide as much as 86 feet wide from curb to curb. On the bottom here is a proposed exhibit, and this shows that with the reduction in lanes, the edge of travelway to edge of travelway, and the exposure of a pedestrian, even though they do enter the roadway, they're not exposed to vehicular traffic until they hit the edge of travelway. So we go from 60 feet to 38 feet. There are, under both conditions, this exhibit applies to both the buffered bike and the protected bike, because at the intersections, there is no parking. Therefore, there is a buffer between the edge of travelway and the bike lane. And in both locations, you'll see here in a moment, this is the bike lane that would be coming from the curb, going around the bulb out, not going into the roadway, but going around the bulb out and then crossing the crosswalk. In the buffered bike lane condition, this bike lane moves over slightly and actually would just continue straight up or down the page. I didn't note, but that was actually the condition that we have for much of the roadway, which is between MacArthur and McDonald. As I mentioned before, so the existing roadway configuration adjacent to the intersection of Napa Street is, the parking is, behind these trees essentially. So the crosswalk itself is a 70-foot crosswalk. There's a northbound through left turn or through right turn lane, a northbound left turn lane, as well as a center median marked out and 2 receiving southbound lanes. In the proposed condition, either buffered or protected at the crossings itself, we go from 70 feet of exposure at the intersection, the always stop intersection of Napa and Broadway, to 48 feet. We are still wider there, and that is because, as I mentioned, we are maintaining 2 northbound travel lanes to the always stop condition at Napa. That 2-lane configuration extends all the way back to McDonald, and all of our modeling, even the general plan analysis numbers, show that the queuing does not extend on average back to McDonald. There are situations, whether it be traffic control, Tuesday night market, or any other high use event at the plaza, that the use of those travel lanes would not be expected to back up that far. But as we know, anything traffic control, temporary traffic control, construction, I can't make a promise to you that it would never back up that far, but our analysis shows that it does not, given the volumes that we're using. And those are even general plan numbers. The southbound lane leaving the intersection, because none of the movements approaching the intersection, the always stop control, are more than a single lane, the receiving lane can be a single lane. Our analysis and working and looking at that intersection for myself well over 35 years, is that the movements actually, because of the pedestrian activity, the movements at that intersection are actually fairly streamlined, that all of them fairly orderly about approaching that single lane. And move on to the bike lane alternatives. And I think this is where there's some, again, some of the ire that took place here is that we did show in option B, and I'll get to that in a second, but option A, you can see here we have the parking adjacent to the curb. We have a buffer. And in this case here, while this is an exhibit, there are some simple things about this, and that is that we would dash these lines. Over time, what we've actually got here is that Caltrans has changed their standards. They actually now have a standard for double white line, and double white lines, like double yellow lines, actually preclude movements across. They're typically used on freeways, but we didn't want confusion on a local street with regard to what the more highway or freeway markings are. So in the case of the buffer with adjacent to the parking, we would use a line to delineate the bike lane from the parking, and the parking ticks are optional. Now they were included in the plans, and that was, Caltrans actually has parking ticks for parking that is on Napa Street. And if you were to have looked at Street View or pertinently, or looked at the roadway prior to the pavement rehabilitation, there were parking ticks on the northbound approach to Napa Street prior to the repaving. There weren't in both directions, and it didn't extend very far, I think, to McDonald, but there were. The difference in parking with parking ticks, and again, the configuration of the parking ticks here is to denote that there would be a vehicle here and a vehicle here. The parking ticks can be done in a number of different ways, and I'll show you what we had shown as our preference on the design plans. But back to this alternative, the bike lane is shown as I indicated before, buffered between not only the parked vehicle, but the travel lane vehicle. This here, we've shown here a buffer of 4 feet, a bike lane of 6 feet, and a buffer of 5 feet. Given the state law that requires vehicles give at least 3 foot of leeway around bicycles, we thought that in some locations, and maybe more consistently, this be 3 foot and this be 5 foot to provide a bigger measure of buffering between the travel vehicle rather than the parked vehicle. We had shown on this graphic initially, and like I said, this has been around a while, of 4 feet on each side. And now to the option B, which is the protected bikeway. Again, this is the option which would have the bicycle facility against the curb, a buffer, and in this case, because we do have so much room with this 86 foot wide roadway at some locations, we have 2 travel lanes that we're removing from the travel, and there is already parking out there. Therefore, we have a fair amount of space to put into buffering and lanes. So the bike lane is actually a 6 foot bike lane outside of the curb lane, or the curb, or the gutter pan, I'm sorry. 2 foot gutter pan, so you have your curb, a gutter pan. This is the concrete structure that water would rest in, and largely has a lot of debris that's washed off the roadway. And so what we do is we actually go ahead and it has a different slope, different cross slope. So another thing to remember here. The bicycle lane would actually be separate from the 2 foot width. And so the bike lane ostensibly would be about 8 feet wide. However, as paved roadway is only about 6. We do have another buffer here between there and the parked vehicles. And again, what we did not show initially, because we did not know what Caltrans would accept or not accept, we did not show a bollard placed in this location. However, those bollards are not visible to the motoring public. Those are actually located between the parking and the sidewalk. However, you want to consider that, but that is on the inside of the parking lane. The parking lane itself, we have that as a 10 foot wide, or in this case, it was shown as 11, but we do have that presently on the plans that would be striped as 10 feet, providing an 8 foot parking lane and 2 foot of additional room or buffer between the parked vehicle and the travel way as well. Travel lanes per Caltrans actually remained exactly as they were before. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that these are still 12 foot travel lanes. A preference to gain a little bit of calming would have been to reduce the travel widths of the traveling lanes. However, based on the existing seams and the road repaving project, these all remained as they are today, which is a 12 foot travel lane. So by vehicle code, only vehicles can only be about 8 feet wide. So you can imagine the 12 foot travel lane is still a statewide generous travel lane. That exists, the parking protected bike lane exists on both sides. We'll move on to, so again, this was a section of design that was put together especially for this meeting. Since we did not move forward with a buffered bike lane, we went ahead and prepared a quick section to show you how we would put this together. That would be not necessarily in contrast to the cross section, but the best use of roadway as we move across. So you have the 3 travel lanes and this buffer between the travel lane in the southbound direction with the hatching, a dashed line so that we're not traveling across multiple solid lines when parking. We have a 6 foot bike lane, the additional 3 feet between there and a generous 9-foot parking. And that is on both sides of the roadway. Because the roadway width does change a little bit, the buffers against the roadway would remain constant. However, what we would do is potentially change that 8-foot to 9-foot parking as required, as the roadway is not a constant 84, 83, 85 feet that I mentioned. It does meander. And so we'll need to accommodate that. And that was fully our intent as this striping, or actually the striping that should have been laid out here, kind of pending, would have been field fit. We do a process when doing construction projects where we actually do a thing called cat tracking the striping. And that's where we go out there with almost a chalk-like type paint, something that isn't necessarily permanent, like the thermoplastic that would be installed. And we mark out where we think the lanes should be based primarily on this drawing, but there are field conditions and widths and things that are, I guess, importantly, while I said the width of the roadway, these were not a topographic survey. We got this survey from Caltrans. Even their widths varied from what is actually the contractor said the widths of the roadway are in some locations. So we were working along with the Caltrans plans. And it's really, longitudinally, it'll work. Lengthwise was the gist of the plan. So that's option A. Option B, again, we have the design here where you can see the parking bays, or actually a parking bay, and I do apologize. So going back to this, I want to point one thing out in particular. The current parking occurs, actually, you know what, I've got a whole other slide for that. I will do that later. Let's just get to parking option B. Option B, it shows that we have the green conflict markings at the intersections. Those will be bordered by a 6-inch white line, and the green would be placed in between those to denote the conflict of the bike lane crossing the roadways. The parking bay, now not being against the curb, is a bit of a floating bay out here, denoted with 6-inch striping around it, parking ticks to denote the actual parking spaces. And as I had noted before, the bollards were placed out here. Go ahead and go to the bikeway and path of travel. So with regard to the option A, the bicycle path of travel is, for the most part, straight along a single path against the parked vehicles that are parked against the curb. This actually brings it a little further away from the marked crosswalks and is in separation, probably best seen here. You can see where this crosswalk is marked, a bit of a separation because of this this kind of no man's land, which is the existing buffer is 8 feet, is not entirely 8 feet, the width of that. I'll get that later, but we have the parking ticks and the edge line. And so the important thing here to note is that the bike lane itself largely travels in a straight line at a constant distance from the travel lane. Sight distance with the buffered bike lane is largely for a vehicle that's pulling up to the crosswalk for both the pedestrian and the bicycle movement would be to the nearest vehicle in either direction. And one of the things that we'll call out on this one here, so I'm not sure why that's floating out there, but the path of travel, oh, I see now. The path of travel for the bicyclist under the protected bikeway is to go essentially out around the bulb outs, but largely is behind the parked vehicles here. Where we have the bulb outs and where we have the bike facilities, this is a slight shift. And with the generous bike facility, this is not a sharp angle by any means. And actually where the bollards are, it is just a stripe. And so the bicyclists would actually transition here from being against the bulb outs to then going back and following that curb back against the roadway. lane widths, as I indicated before on the cross section, 12 feet for the travel lanes, 10 feet for the parking. The buffer would be 7 feet, the bike lane 6 feet, with that additional gutter pan being outside what we're calling the bike lane. In this configuration, you can see that actually the sight distance to the cyclist that is actually closer to the pedestrian crossing, because it is just outside of the bulb outs, is actually an extended sight distance to the cyclist. Once the cyclist and the pedestrian crossing are noted to be cleared, anybody stopping at this stop sign would stop and then move forward until they could see the traffic. And so with the buffer across the roadway here, that driver would actually need to move forward in order to adequately see across the roadway. And that's consistent with any stop sign placement behind a crosswalk, is that the stop sign and the crosswalk are joined together such that that's where the vehicle stops prior to entering the crosswalk. After such time, whether it be buildings, shrubs, parked cars, then the vehicle must pull forward to a point that they can actually make a judgment call to make their movement. I must have moved backwards. So there we go. So now with regard to the parking maneuvers. So the first thing I'd like to mention is that parking supply and parking demand. So currently there are no parking ticks, and I think I'm probably I could be here at France Street, but right now the parking is not delineated longitudinally along the roadway. It actually has just an edge line stripe 12 feet from the face of curb, and that edge line stripe allows the parked vehicles to kind of park against the curb. And as you can see with these, where these bulb outs are located, parking, and I could even go to a street view, you can see that most drivers honor the fact that where the curb transitions to the bulb out, that is the edge of the parking lane for the parked car. And you can see we honored that here, even with the parking ticks. The difference between not having the parking ticks and having the parking ticks is just a more organized and structured parking, especially where you have driveways. And we can actually, by doing the parking ticks, we can limit the encroachment into the driveways along the roadway. So that was the intent of the parking ticks. It does not increase or decrease ultimately the number of parking spaces along the roadway. In fact, I say that before I move on, the parking maneuver. So parallel parking maneuver is still what exists. It existed prior to the paving, or even if anybody's out there doing a parking maneuver, making that parking maneuver from the travel lane. In this case here with the buffered bike option, this distance between the parking space and the edge of travelway does afford a parked vehicle to move outside of the parking lane or the travel lane into the buffered area to then make its movement into the parking lane in a parallel parking, or kind of a 3-point, 2-point movement of forward and then backing in. With the parking protected, that movement does occur partially within the travel lane, as was pointed out. However, it is a more generous parking lane. So most passenger vehicles are actually not anywhere near 8 feet wide. And many of them are actually closer to about 6 feet wide. And therefore, those vehicles, if parked against this line, actually have a larger buffer between the parked car. And so that the parking maneuver, while I am showing it here within the travel lane with this additional 2 feet and the widths of cars as they would park, and if they were to even encroach on that line, but so much as to say the parking maneuver is still done somewhat within the travel lane. However, there is the 2-way left turn lane, provided there's no conflicts at the given time, they can do that. The parking maneuver does not take a substantial amount of time typically, and therefore the impact to drivers is not foreseen as substantial. You can see here another picture with regard to the bollard placed within the parking buffer, the buffer between the parking lane and the protected facility. Again, the design still had the conflict markers. Actually, let me keep moving. So timing of the project. So I would be remiss if I didn't note here that with regard to the improvements that are imminent, with regard to option B, Caltrans is done its paving work, will do some of the striping work. There'll be another portion of the striping work that will be done in order to accommodate the striping outside of the travel lanes, and that's to put the parking, the protected parking and the bike lanes in, and the hatching as I've shown here. One of the things that would be installed after the fact by city staff is both the green markings and those bollards that have already been ordered, and I believe they've been received. Just to keep everything perfectly equal here, and with regard to being informative, it would seem that if Caltrans, if there was such an opposition to the bollards, and again, those bollards were included because of DIB 89, that if there was such an opposition, we could potentially go back to Caltrans and ask whether or not the bollards, the important thing about the bollards are not actually installed north of McDonald. Those are actually only installed south of McDonald. And that's because the buffer is actually wide enough to still accommodate the city street sweeper and not have a conflict with the bollards. I just want to make that point. And if the bollards are such an item, I would say that in the DIB 89, they're noted as not required, but NACTO and many of the other jurisdictions, as I showed in the picture as well, are still installing these. They keep an orderly method to the parking, especially in commercial areas where there's a high turnover. And it's important to make sure that parked cars don't park in the bike lane, especially if the intent is to create a parking protected bike lane. So if council were to retain or decide on option B, being this is a new decision, option B, striping by Caltrans contractor, and the work and efforts that we've done to date would continue, and the project would and should be completed in the following weeks, given that we now have good weather. If the council decision is to change preference to or prefer option A, being recommended to Caltrans, staff will need to modify the design, regain concurrence of Caltrans with the encroachment permit, and attempt to meet the contractor's schedule. Given that striping of the roadway is impending, we believe that the design, and with Caltrans review, the striping is likely to require the city to come back and restripe all of the striping between the edge of travelways and the curb. However, we're waiting for a decision to fully vet this option or any option with Caltrans. I should remind you, the resolution before you is to request Caltrans consider or make a recommendation to Caltrans to consider option A or option B. And so we still have a whole process to go back through if the decision changes from what we moved forward with back in August. I hope that didn't take too much time, given that we kind of said that this was a fresh perspective, treated as if it was August 2nd. I hope I did that enough credit to get you up to speed.
Thank you so much, Frank. I appreciate it. Any questions and comments?
Oh, I got it.
Yes.
I've got a million, but I'll wait. I prefer understanding what our council member Felder is concerned with.
I have a few
Vice Mayor
questions.
Barnett, yeah, your question.
Yeah, are we still on a webinar here? I can't see anybody besides this presentation.
Frank, you might have stopped sharing your screen.
I will do that. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Get that right. 1 second. Let me pop it up.
Oh, and thank you, Frank. Amazing.
Oh no. Sorry, I'm trying to get the. Oh, there.
All right, we're back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank, you said earlier that the city of Sonoma has a bicycle like sort of a general plan. And I believe you said that Broadway called for class 2 bike lanes, correct?
That's correct. Class 2 is what is recommended in the bicycle master plan.
So our bicycle master plan calls for class 2. And then in early 2020, when we reached out to the community to see what they wanted, I'm looking at a poster right here that shows an option. We're keeping 2 lanes of travel in either direction, but also with a standard bike lane as called for in our bicycle master plan, correct?
Yeah, that you'd be correct. That was the initial 2019 proposal, was the suite
Right.
of improvement, not what was presented in August.
Right. So we had 3 options. We had option A, which is the buffered bike lane, option B, which is the parking protected bike lane, and then we also had a standard bike lane, which our bicycle master plan calls for. And so I'm curious, since we're starting this fresh, why I didn't see any analysis of that in your presentation. The standard bike lane that our bicycle master plan calls for.
Because in August 2nd, that was not the options that were presented to you. Option A obviously would have been the first option available to you. So option A was already a buffered preclusion or that the road reconfiguration was a foregone conclusion. That was moving forward as per
No, it wasn't.
The city general. August 2nd, the conclude option A and option B were what was presented. That's what I.
But in August, the roadway was initially planned to continue as it was with standard bike lanes, and then in August. So I guess who made that decision to only offer us option A and option B when a whole nother option wasn't even put before us, which our own bicycle master plan calls for? And why wasn't that in your presentation, I guess?
I believe that's because the project came back to you as a pedestrian safety project. And the only way to get the measure of pedestrian safety was to reduce the travel lane.
But we had also during the summer allocated over $200,000 for a high-intensity pedestrian beacon for Broadway in France. And so this city council has been spending a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of resources on improving pedestrian safety on Broadway, keeping the travel lanes as they are, keeping a class 2 standard bike lane. And I'm just curious why that option has just completely evaporated from this entire discussion. This was never about bike lanes versus no bike lanes. This was always going to have bike lanes as per our bicycle master plan. And so if we are starting fresh, I think it's important for this council to know that we are also always going to have bike lanes. Our bicycle master plan calls for class 2 standard bike lanes, but we didn't hear anything about that tonight. My next question is, in terms of capacity and how this roadway will actually function, what are you said you're basing your analysis, your models basically say this will function acceptably. Which data are you feeding? What data are you feeding the models with?
So that's based initially on the general plan circulation element from 2016. However, as part of our analysis, we actually revisited those numbers, updated numbers based upon analyses that were actually completed since 2016, and utilizing the general plan numbers. So while we're looking, and this is important from a Caltrans perspective, which is while we look at what the existing condition is, we're always looking at what that future condition is. In this case, it was the general plan build out, and therefore it actually includes all the prospective build out as part of the general plan. And that analysis still concluded that it operated acceptably.
Do you have concerns that 50% of the numbers that fed your models came from a month after our devastating fires in 2017 when traffic was significantly reduced? And in your experience, does data that is not representative of real world conditions have the potential to negatively affect conclusions based on models with data that doesn't come from real world conditions?
Well, it's interesting, real world conditions. If I was out there and somebody counted the cars existed. So that was a real world condition. Whether it was not, it was atypical, typical. We looked at a variety of data points and found that the data we were looking at was not only consistent with the overall traffic volumes that Caltrans had in their data set, it was consistent and utilized and actually approved by the owner and operator of the roadway, Caltrans.
Well, the data I looked at, most of the data comes from a month after the fires, when school wasn't in session, when our high tourist season wasn't in session or ongoing. And so I have concerns about that. You also said that obviously the roadways north and south function in a similar manner. Obviously, Napa Street has one direction either way with the turn lane in the middle. From what I understand, just living in Sonoma and just everyone's, people have serious concerns about how that roadway functions. I mean, you wouldn't be surprised to have traffic back up from 2nd Street West all the way, past the Chevy dealership. I mean, I guess I just would ask you not to use West Napa Street as, well, let's look at West Napa Street because that's how it functions, because people in our town think West Napa Street doesn't function acceptably at all. And so why would we take an unacceptable roadway condition and put that on Broadway? And I just would like the council to consider that.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
No, because it's very important that you actually, and my point about the nodes and the way the nodes operate, so the intersections, so 2nd Street and 5th Street, so you're talking about those two signalized intersections. Those are the only two control points until you get out to Riverside, right? So between Broadway and Riverside, those are the two control points. Both of those signalized intersections have a couple things going on with them. The traffic signals themselves presently, or we'll say historically, operate with split phase north and southbound for the side street, for 2nd Street and 5th Street. Terribly, we'll say, inefficient, for lack of a better word. Splitting the movement such that you have to do, the signal stays red while one whole approach does its movements, and then switching and doing another movement, rather than letting through traffic move together and left turns move together. Now that's both at 2nd and 5th Street. What you should know is that Caltrans's project to rehabilitate the roadway actually included traffic signal plans to modify both of those intersections such that you would actually now improve the operation by having protected left turns, both north and southbound at 2nd Street and 5th Street, allowing traffic to travel in both directions as well as the left turns to go at the same time. So to your point about it not working, I wouldn't argue that point. What I'm arguing is that, or what I'm saying is that you actually have a measure of effectiveness that actually Caltrans is in the process of completing right now to make that corridor work more effectively. And to the point of how that relates back to Broadway is that the intersection of MacArthur and the intersection of Napa Street do not change as to how they operate today.
Okay, I appreciate that. I hope
absolutely.
to see improvements, and hopefully that will end up working. Just another question, two more things, then I'll move or allow everyone else to ask questions. So it sounds like we knew in August that bollards were going to be, or some sort of delineator, bollard, whatever you want to say. It sounds like that was always going to be required in option B, correct?
That is not correct. What that is we were making, well, I'm sorry, the city was requesting through that action to request Caltrans include a protected bike lane in its project. Its project had already started. It was now an endeavor to get Caltrans to understand and how that was going to be included. We did not know at that point, as we did not know in 2019 that bollards would be a part of it.
Okay, well, I appreciate you saying that. But I will say that I know that, when we discussed this in August, there was concern about that. And it was made very clear, I think even by Councilman Felder, that the implementation of this should not have any bollards or sort of physical barriers. And I believe he was advocating for what's called bots, dots. And so
yeah.
I guess I'm just concerned. I'm just making the general point. I think this goes along with what Councilwoman Lowe said earlier. We should have, once we found all this out, you and your colleagues in our city, this should have come back to us. And I It's unfortunate we're doing this at this late date. And as you just discussed, the timing is a situation here, but we have to do this to try to get it right. And we'll see how it turns out. But this should have been discussed before the city council in October or November or months ago. So we would never be in this situation. And so I appreciate your presentation. I appreciate all the analysis. And those are my questions for now.
Any other questions from other council member?
I still want to
Yes.
defer to Councilmember Felder unless you want to wait,
Okay.
because I have a lot of
Council
questions.
member Felder? And mute, please. All right.
I still believe in the road diet, but I think that the cleaner design by a mile is going to option A as opposed to option B because of the situation with the bulb outs, the situation with the bollards, the proximity of the parking lane next to the travel lane and encroaching in the travel lane to try to do parallel parking. So I would strongly support going back to option E.
Councilmember Agramonte, your turn.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Perry. This was wonderful. I even numbered everything I have, and you didn't say B100, B101, but I'm okay. I followed the maps, so I really appreciate it. This is just a way of trying to be really prepared in an area that I'm uncomfortable. So here's a couple of things. So we had a gentleman that spoke earlier. He said he would probably ride on the freeway because he's, extreme type of a bicyclist. But if he's with his child, it's very different. So that's one of the things I wanted to know. That's something that's really important to me, that, people say, I would never ride on Broadway. Well, of course, you'd be crazy. But the people who are extreme bicyclists, they don't care, as he's sort of suggested. He's good. So I wanted to know, you explained the width of buffers, but they sort of, they were different in different areas. Is that right, Mr. Perry?
It's Mr. Penry. I got an N in there. I snuck it in.
I got it now. Thanks.
No problem. So the width of the buffers do change, and where we try and keep those similar is where we have continuity with the travel lanes themselves. With regard to the motoring vehicles, the actual travel cars in the travel lanes,
right,
the buffers against that, we tried to maintain those as a constant so that we didn't have the bikes. I'm sorry, I was doing my hands in my, but we didn't have the bikes moving away from or closer to.
right.
So where we make up for the additional room and the changes in the roadway doing this, because it does, Broadway meanders, looks pretty straight, but it meanders. And so that's why some of those widths change, but we try and keep the lanes closest as a visual to the motoring vehicles, to the cars, those as a constant where we could. Where we get up to McDonald, we have to actually change that width because we have more travel lanes. So
Right.
that's why they're.
So let's see. I want to know on A, when you're with the traffic, I guess you're saying it's still the buffer lane. How many inches you're away from a car? I think you shared that, but so you're with the traffic. So where are you with the traffic?
You want inches or feet?
Oh, give me feet. I think that would probably be preferable.
So 4 to 5 feet. We actually had showed in the graphic 4 feet with another 4 foot to the car.
Okay.
My preference is that we would use the state standard of 3 feet of room from a vehicle is kind of just a dooring. When the door opens, that gives enough room such that a door opens not into the bike lane and into that 3 foot buffer. That way we actually, and the reason I'm doing this is because if we're talking about all these levels of of safety and everything else. I'm hearing the public as of last meeting. I'm hearing the public in all of this since 2019. If I did a 4 foot and a 4 foot buffer, at this point, why not make it a 5 foot buffer and protect or buffer those bicyclists of any measure, whether they're, interested and concerned, or all the way up to the strong and fearless, the Lycra riders. Why not 5 feet and then make the other 3 feet? If I heard strongly, if that is absolutely if you guys want to put that it's like 4 and 4, we'll do 4 and 4, but it will vary. That 4 will vary a little bit. It may go back to 3 but the 4 against the roadway or 5 against the roadway is something you can tell me.
Right. Well, thank you. And so, much to my husband's chagrin, we drove up and down Broadway looking for bulb outs. And I noticed there's, I think, 6, but 4 are at corners. One is at the Chamber and another one is like Malay or something. I can't remember the name of the street. So is it are the bollards or the delineators, they're going to be overrun with this? Or I think the bollards are interspersed throughout the whole system. Is that what you're saying?
So from McDonald down to north of MacArthur, we'll say north of MacArthur, because we have to transition from single lane back to 2 lanes and transition from 2 lanes to a single lane. So it isn't all the way to MacArthur, but say 300 feet north of, 400, 500 feet north of. And that is a definitive number. I know where that is, I just off the top of my head. The bollards are between the parking lane and the bike lane. And what we did is, as an additional measure where the bollards are, there is no parking. So there is no protection of a parked car at the bollard where the bike is. So we dropped in, and I would say on average, I think it was 1 or 2 bollards, 20 feet apart was generally what we spaced them at, where the bollards are. And that was to just help solidify that that hatched area. We can go back to the drawing, but I'm sure you're kind of figuring what I'm talking about here is there's a hatched area where the parking was previously as we approach a street, and now there's a bollard. So the area reduces, it becomes a hatched area only. And mostly we dropped 1 or 2 bollards in those areas.
So the heights of bollards and also delineators, are there different heights for them?
So the bollard, the K71 is this bicycle treatment bollard that was created and is used widely across the nation for exactly this use. That bollard, I believe, is 28 inches high. I wanted to say it was 24, but I believe it's 28. And it depends on where we ordered them from, but I believe they're 28 inches high. They're about 6 to 8 inches in width, where a delineator is typically about 2-3 inches. It's a candlestick, 2 to 3 inches in width. It flattens out, has 1 reflector on it, and I believe those are 30 or 32 inches. And the reason I'm kind of deferring is I don't have my manuals open right now, but there's a difference between what we call a channelizer and what we call a delineator, and that changes in the width and the colors. And so for the most part, these would be delineators, delineating the parking from the bike lane is what we refer to them as. I believe they're 32 inches.
Okay, so the bollard itself, is that to the safety? Is that it? Or to just let people know where things are? Or how is that? What is that purpose?
It's an additional measure, and it's additional measure because there isn't always parking, right? We have locations where there's driveways. We have locations where there's bulb outs. And so the bollards are done in addition and when those parked cars are not there. So not necessarily a protection, but it's a measure to delineate that there is space between. That's what the bollards are there for. That's what the intent of our design was when working through with Caltrans. It was, I mean, obviously I can understand there's a whole lot about the bollards. It is almost a nationally recognized standard, even where there's parking, to protect the bike lane, there isn't always a parked car there. Therefore, something of substance, we're talking 8 inches wide, 28 inches high, there's something there.
And the bollard, is that if a car like hit it, or is it stable, or it knocks over like the other one, the delineator?
It will knock over. It is plastic. It is it's a recoverable feature. Therefore, it can be within the roadway. As a civil engineer and licensed traffic engineer in the state of California, we're always very sensitive about putting things in the roadway that are not mountable or deformable,
Right.
in a sense. That's for emergency services and everything else.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So you were talking about parking ticks. Are those like big Post-its?
No. No. What the parking tick does is order.
Because I think I saw them.
Yes. So it provides some orderly order to your parking. So let's say you've got 50 feet between a driveway and an end of a street or another driveway. And if 2 smart cars parked in there, you could probably get a third smart car. But let's say a pickup pulls in first and it's got a bike rack on the back or motorcycle, whatever, and it's longer. And then the next car that wants to park there is a 1987 Cutlass Supreme or 1977 Cutlass Supreme, and it's longer than a smart car, and the truck and the car don't exactly going to fit between the driveway. So the intent with the parking ticks is to provide some order to the parking. It could just as easily be left off. You don't have it there now, but because of where we had the parking floating and the parking protected, we wanted something to help keep the order of parking because it wasn't adjacent to the driveways.
Right.
So you have the driveway as kind of your, where the drive. So now it was a parking ticks are actually used along the state highway. You have them north of McDonald in the northbound direction. You have them on Napa Street. You don't have them consistently along the length of Broadway.
So I have just a couple of more questions. One is the issue of the lanes north and south. What I've said to people is that, left-hand turns, people line up. So that takes them out of the flow of traffic. Am I right about that?
Absolutely right about that.
Okay. And so people, I guess, just don't understand that part of it. And so it does decrease traffic. So you're not necessarily lined up. I've never seen more than 3 cars lined up. So I don't know if somebody's waiting to get into the left-hand turn. That I have no idea. But I thought that was interesting. And the other thing that I noticed after I spoke today to some of the SCTA people, it's interesting, the bollards versus delineators, it doesn't matter. When you have cars that are parked with traffic, people aren't really going to see them, are they? So I know I don't know. I'm just saying it doesn't seem to be a deterrent because you don't see them anyway.
No, the intent is they're there. The intent is they're there when the parked car isn't there, to know that there is a separation between the bicycle facility and the parking facility.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not as common, right? So parking being on the outside of the bike lane is not. There's several installations of this. This is all over. This isn't a new thing by any means. As much as there may be that it's new to you, and so therefore that's the educational process.
Mm-hmm. Well, I really appreciate the time you spent with me, and I appreciate this. I put a binder together. I numbered everything, so I really understand. For me, this was out of my wheelhouse. So I really appreciate it. Now I know more than I actually need to, but I really thank you for the work that you've done. And one thing I wanted to let everyone know, my purpose on this council is to make it safe on Broadway for pedestrians, for bicyclists and drivers. And as I said, I've lived here since 2004. And I've only crossed Broadway maybe 3 or 4 times because it's too dangerous. And people talk to me about who would ride on Broadway. Only a crazy person as it is now. So that's one of my reasons why I think it's really important that we're talking about this, because, you know, it's changing. Everything's changing in this world. And there are a lot of reasons why bicycling is very important. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Agramonte. Thank you, Frank. Councilmember Lower.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the explanation of the bollards and so forth. I'm not as offended by them as others may be. You know, but I understand they're new, and so new things in Sonoma always have quite a difficult time of it, as been my experience. What I'd like to know is, in your experience, Mr. Penry, with the installation of either A or B, would it be fair to say that moving cyclists off the sidewalks would then be able to occur, that there would now be a safe place for cyclists to be?
That is absolutely the intent of the project. The recognition that there are cyclists on the sidewalks, won't say it was an impetus for the project overall, but was something we definitely heard throughout the numerous outreach and engagement events that we had since 2019, and is encapsulated.
It's absolutely a huge concern of mine, having nearly been run over by them fairly recently. And then just, you know, and I apologize if this has already been answered, but why hasn't this been extended all the way down to Leveroni?
I don't know if I can entirely speak to that, other than the opportunity that existed in the fact of fulfilling the general plan circulation element with regard to the change in roadway configuration. Bike lanes are shown on Broadway all the way down. Caltrans, potentially Caltrans striping of the bike lane is somewhat where we're at here. The project was very much, it was defined as MacArthur to Napa. But here's one of the interesting things, and maybe not so interesting to people who don't really care. I mean, not that you don't. I'm a nerd at this stuff. And so one of the things that recently changed within Caltrans is they removed typical traffic control items and added some others. And so the bots dots that were mentioned earlier by Councilmember Kelso, or Vice Mayor Kelso, Burnett, I'm sorry. Bots dots are no longer part of the Caltrans standard plans. And so using them potentially may not be acceptable to Caltrans, but they wouldn't be used for a lane line. So maybe that's a possibility. However, 6-inch versus 4-inch, all lines in Caltrans standards have now gone to a 6-inch. So a bike lane, and I would see this because I'm trained, but you'd see a 6-inch bike lane and know that that was intended to be a bike lane. 4-inch line would be seen as an edge line, or a fog line, as we always refer to them as. And that would be the difference. That was largely the difference in visual acumen, seeing what's out on the roadway, was if you saw an edge line of 4 inches, you knew it was a shoulder. If you saw a 6-inch line, it was a bike lane. Also, you know, augmented with a bike lane marking and signage, but not always. Those are spaced maybe 1,000 feet apart. So now there's no 4-inch line. So Caltrans is actually marking the rest of Broadway with a 6-inch line. So really, and there's a shoulder. So, I mean, I would say we almost have a class 2 south of MacArthur because of that 6-inch line that goes south. But again, the vision or the purpose of this project was between MacArthur, fulfilling this portion of the roadway.
Would it be, how difficult would it be to, you know, paint the continuation, although I understand the implication that it's sort of implied that we have this class 2 bike lane to Leveroni, for example? I mean, does that require a whole nother Caltrans thing to go through to get that? Is that something the city can do on their own, or what?
It is a Caltrans facility. so owned and operated by the state. So any changes or augmentation to the striping, whether that be adding the additional marking or signage for bike lane, would be something that would be done through a standard encroachment permit, and then would be done by city forces or by a city.
So it's doable. It's just we have to go through a process.
That's
basically correct. Okay. And what about you mentioned a center median on one of your slides, and I don't really see much of a center median on Broadway, but a lot of people are talking about that as being another way to enhance pedestrian safety by having a place to stop halfway along the way. Going forward, would there be an opportunity to do that, or are we eliminating that as a possibility by striping in these ways? Is there room? I mean, it doesn't have to be as big as, Van Ness, but, is there still possibility for doing other kinds of things with these configurations?
I'm going to try and answer that without an assistant graphic, but so a striped median, and we'll refer to any portion of the roadway that's between travel lanes of moving vehicles. So the two-way left turn lane that exists south of McDonald is a striped median. It's just striped for left turn movements. The median that is striped between McDonald up to Napa is actually hatched out. Therefore, it's a striped median in that sense that you shouldn't have vehicle left turn movements being made from it. When we get to talking about physical improvements, and so when you're talking about is a pedestrian refuge in the median, providing some measure of raised surface within the pedestrian facility as a point at which they would be able to stop and then look at traffic coming from the other direction before crossing that travel lane. We specifically, and I think this point was made earlier about the traffic safety and the fact that, we now have as another measure and another project to come before you is those pedestrian enhancements, because the in-roadway warning lights that were out there were not part of the paving, and so we need to replace something. Where we replace those is going to be very important, and whether or not it's an overhead or whatever, but the medians, I guess more to the point, placing medians within the roadway now become a bigger constraint to the existing road width. Right now, the minimum width of Broadway from MacArthur to Napa Street is the width of the bulb outs. Those bulb outs that have been there for as ever long as they've been there, 70 feet of width. If we start to put other measures like a pedestrian refuge, two considerations. One, that it's either mountable, which defeats the purpose of it being a median for refuge because somebody could drive over it, and the pedestrian shouldn't feel so safe in a mountable facility, although it's better than nothing. But with that respect, we're working with our police and fire emergency services such that we're not negatively impacting the active roadway width. Right now, we're talking that is 70 feet, and we don't want to negatively impact that if there is a concern. Now with that also is that we do those pedestrian refuges in a location that there isn't a conflicting left turn. So the median is there to make a left turn, and if we put a bulb out in the crosswalk or adjacent to the crosswalk that goes across the left turn, we don't want to do that either. So I think McDonald, the crosswalk at McDonald is actually on the south side of the intersection where the left turns to McDonald are made. The crosswalk isn't on the north side of the intersection where we actually have a striped median. So just by example, that's not a location we want to put a median in because that's where the left turns need to be made from. But we could relocate the crosswalk and then do a median on the other side, provided all those other measures I talked about were taken care of. At France and Hendricks, there's left turn movements made in both directions, so there's no measure that we could do there. However, at Chase, it's a one-way street or a one-legged to approach to Napa or to Broadway. Therefore, if the crosswalk were on the appropriate side of the intersection, we could potentially do a median there. Again, not part of this project because there's actually, Caltrans just repaved. we weren't ready to endeavor with an encroachment permit to actually dig into that fresh pavement to place hardscape like we're talking about. We call that curb hardscape. But also we hadn't really endeavored that with council nor the emergency services as to anything that would potentially infringe upon the existing 70-foot right of way.
Okay, that's really helpful because I envision Broadway as a, it's you can't say one and done. I mean, there's going to be other things that are going to come up, and it's nice to know sort of what the obstacles are in doing this as we go forward. A lot of people have written with many good suggestions as to how to improve. I mean, there's especially a concern at Andrex and Broadway. And, we need to do more to ensure safety at that intersection because it's a very popular intersection with a very nice restaurant on one side and my hairdresser on the other. So we have to make sure that that this is safe. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilmember Lowe. Thank you, Mr. Perry. Really professional. Yeah. If we want to take a class, maybe we need to take a 3 days of class for this education. So basically, according to your presentation, I think option B and will be, the sort of curved, and also, and option A should be straighter and nicer for the bike riders. Is that correct? Because we no any no bow bouts, no any bullets.
So there is a hierarchy to these types of improvements, and I didn't include in there. I forgoed a triangle with the red fearless, the strong and fearless rider at the top, and the enthusiastic people, and like bowling pins. The hierarchy to this is that there are fewer strong and fearless than there are other riders, and there are more riders that are more interested but concerned and want a more protected facility than just a buffered facility. So while the straight line is there, the strong and fearless are going to go in a straight line anyway, and they're not going to take the path of that is more protected because they don't care to be more protected. I think you'll likely hear from some other bike advocates, but the protected is intended to be protected. That's why we are using that term very deliberately as opposed to buffered. And so while the route is more circuitous, it is more protected and therefore is intended, while to what extent you would have more riders, you will have potentially more riders on a protected path than you would a buffered path.
All right. And my question is the following. If we switch from the option the B to A, if any in the parking space, we are going to lose, and how many?
We don't anticipate losing parking. In fact, we have, potentially an option here in coordinating is to not put the parking ticks in. I designed it that way so that we could have an orderly way to the parking, but it's not anticipated that the parking ticks nor the parking protected would change the number of parking spaces.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. And also for safety issue, and last Wednesday, Vice Mayor Barnett also mentioned about the safety issue and the safety and the ladders from the police department and the fire department. I'm very sorry. And I didn't give the Vice Mayor Barnett last time, did address, this kind of issue. But can you repeat a little bit, because this is very, very important. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, thank you. Mr. Mayor, just let me speak for a second. I think those letters are very important, but they were important in August. Thank you.
May I speak?
Yeah. Mhm.
I agree, but we never asked police and fire back in August. And so I believe actually, and so that's an issue, A. B, I believe Chief Aker is in this meeting and he has some thoughts about these proposals, and perhaps now is the appropriate time for him to address our council.
That'd be great.
Okay. Yeah. All right. This is also another concern. That is the main concern for the existing option B. And anyway, this is a very practical. The timing issue, the safety issue in the short term and the long term. And then basically, also the Vice Mayor Arnett mentioned about actually existing, now on the plan, we still have the bike lanes. So but however, we would look at in August 2nd, 2021, when we approved that project based on reduce travel lanes on the Broadway. And then we provided the two options. So basically, and that kind of the project, it's kind of inherited from the previous, city and the councils. We just inherited from them. So at this point, I would like to also consider, and in some favorable way, from their contribution and to this project. And also, I really want to move forward. And a timing issue, and also we are not lucky. So far, temporary striping on the road, no any traffic, or no any accident we heard, but nobody knows. Potentially, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next week. So and also Bob just mentioned, he is very practical. He just said we want to switch from the option B to the option A. So at this point, I would like to support, the Councilmember Felder, and see we can get it together and move forward and solve this issue. If really the people don't like this option A, and then later on, we open another meeting, maybe next year, maybe 2 years later. Actually, for this kind of big project, according to my experience, we should have some experimental time. For example, 3 months or 6 months, just to try it. But right now, we don't have this kind of plan. And whether right now is in favor of us and Caltrans independent contractors, they can move forward. So because if we were discussing more options, this meeting will not be closed. So I want to support Councilmember Felder and the option A as our reconsideration. I think it's the time of, Mr. Toy.
Yes, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mayor. My suggestion right now, rather to go into discussion and comments, is I believe perhaps you're kind of into the meeting for 3 hours, maybe have Chief Aker offer his comments because there was a question. I do have a response to Vice Mayor Barnett, his question related to the August, what meeting was that? August 2nd meeting, I think, related to the options. And then I would suggest, unless there's any additional questions, that you go ahead and open it up to public comment. And then you can close public comment and go into your deliberations.
All right. Okay. Fire Chief, is that your turn?
Thank you, Mayor Ding. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, the council, staff, as well as the Sonoma community. So I'll try to be brief, as I know we're all over 3 hours into this meeting, but as we all know, this is a really important topic, and it is important that we get it right. First, I want to say as just a little bit of background. I know many of you know this, but I've been a resident of this community since 1971. I grew up 3 blocks from Broadway. Grew up my entire childhood there, and I still to this day, every week I cross Broadway at Andrix probably 4 to 6 times a week to go visit my parents. So I feel like, in addition to your fire chief and the professional side of things, I feel like I have a history and experience here that gives me a little bit better of an understanding, I would say. And I've been responding to emergencies in this community for 34 years. So that's just a little bit of background. First, what I want to say is in my experience as a first responder in this community and as your fire chief, by and large, our most of our incidents regarding pedestrian safety occur in crosswalks, in or near crosswalks. And like the one tragic incident that happened in the Andrix Street crosswalk of Broadway a little while ago, that's where we see these. And I really want to take just a moment to applaud the council and compliment the council for your very strong commitment to improve pedestrian safety at these crossings. You've committed hundreds of thousands of dollars to that, and that is going to make a big difference for our community safety. So thank you. Now, on the topic at hand, specifically, I have a couple of concerns, and then I'll kind of share with you where I feel like from a public safety standpoint we should be heading. So first is whenever there's any physical barriers within roadways, even things such as movable bollards or delineators, it's problematic. Yes, they can be run over by emergency vehicles, but if we have bollards and delineators and then parked cars outside of that, that's going to limit the available road space. And it's also going to increase the road or the distance for responding vehicles and fire engines to be able to get to buildings and to get behind buildings. As we know on Broadway in this stretch, there's a lot of live work spots. There are, just some very big challenges for access, quite honestly. And if a fire engine in a fire incident is going to be pushed back 15, 20 more feet and have to navigate some more challenges to try to get as close as we can to an incident. And some of those kind of apartments and storefronts or businesses that are back in courtyards, those are challenges. And we certainly know how to deal with those, but we don't want to be delayed, because as we know, when there's delays, fires get bigger, people's health is compromised the longer that it takes us to get there to provide aid. So that's one concern. The second concern I have is, because we're not just, we're a service that, looks at all aspects of our community and our community safety. We've done this with the parklets, and we're able to provide a lot of really good input and collaboration in trying to design parklets and make sure that those were safe for our community. So I view this no differently. So we look at individual incidents, we look at response times, but we also look at the bigger picture. We went through an event that I'm not sure any of us really expected or planned for in 2017, but we evacuated almost the entire valley, down to Napa Street. And it was, I was there that night and saw was part of those initial evacuations, which are incredibly intense and really fast paced, to then planning a more sequenced evacuation of our whole community. And that was a very impactful event for all of us in the community. But it was also big for us as emergency planners and managers to say, you know what, this could happen again. And so one of the things that that I'm very concerned about is if we look at options for Broadway that reduce the width of the paved area within Broadway. If the striping's there, I can live with that, because in an emergency, people still have the same width, the same amount of space to get out. And as we know, when our community needs to evacuate, it's going to be coming from the north and the east and a little bit to the west, and they're going to funnel south. And our primary route is Broadway. Yes, there's a couple of secondary routes, but the primary one is Broadway. So I am a really strong supporter of keeping that paved area, that paved width, the same as it is right now. There's communities that have gone through some of these similar things where they've, through physical barriers, Paradise did this. They reduced the lanes of traffic from 4 to 2. Obviously, that is a very tragic example, and I'm not saying that is likely here by any stretch, but it is a learning opportunity. And so I think the last thing I would say, and this goes a little bit less on the big picture, but a little bit more on the smaller, is, you know, I am also concerned with any of these, and I don't know if Mr. Penry had looked at this with the engineering, but, you know, again, having grown up and lived here, you know, I'm concerned that if traffic does back up on Broadway, that we're going to see spillover to streets like 2nd Street East, 2nd Street West, 1st Street West. And, you know, those are the streets that people now take to walk and bike safely, because it's not the same traffic as Broadway. And so I am concerned that if we're putting more traffic on those side streets, that we're going to increase the opportunities, the possibilities of having incidents involving pedestrians, whether they're bicyclists, walkers, runners, whatever they may be. So with that, I thank you all for the opportunity to share some thoughts, and would be happy to answer any questions if the council or staff has any. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Aker, your service and your concern for our community. Council Member Felder, please.
I have a question for Chief. In looking at the different things, I assume that you're saying you would much prefer option A to option B because it preserves the street width. Is that correct?
Councilman Felder, thank you. I apologize. In my comments, I did neglect to say that, but yes, specifically, I am in very strong support of, given the options, option A is something that I can definitely support.
Thank you. And to me, that's the straw that breaks the camel's back in terms of making a selection. But thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that doesn't make the sense. You know, the car still the side next to the curb. All right. Right now, I would like to open to the public.
Okay, Mayor, it looks like we'll be starting with Matt Metzler.
All right. Mr. Metzler.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because it's not different not having the, yeah, I have a lot to say, and I don't know if I can try and fit it into 3 minutes, but first of all, I'm a bicyclist, and I live in Sonoma. I have lived in the city of Sonoma for over 30 years. I arose the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition to ask for their assistance, but these advocacy for bike lanes is being driven by people in Sonoma who bicycle. So I am not an out-of-town Santa Rosa bicycle activist. Okay, I have been ridden an average of 40 miles a week for the last 40 years. And I really have a problem with people who do not bicycle, who do not ride bicycles, talking about where bicycles should be. The safest place to bicycle is near the pedestrians, at the curb. Cars belong together. Cars should be closer to the center of the street, and bicycles and pedestrians should be close to the side of the street. That will be the safest. The best thing we can do to make Sonoma safer is to reduce car traffic is make it easier for people to walk and bicycle. Car traffic is a safety measure that we can enact in Sonoma. And, you know, we need to make it easier for people to bicycle and walk to the plaza up Broadway to reduce the amount of vehicle violence. Because right now, I feel like whenever I'm forced to bicycle, which is most of the time I'm forced to ride my bicycle between parked cars and 4,000-pound vehicles moving at 30 miles an hour or more. And frankly, I'm scared shitless by having to do that. And I have to do that all the time. It is time to stop exposing bicyclists to car traffic. These parking protected bike lanes work in Europe. They work in other cities in this country. Sonoma, we need the city council to exercise leadership on this issue. Regarding the emergency services, the police and fire department has been opposed to all traffic calming measures that have been proposed because they make the response time slower. The best way to make the best way to avoid that is to avoid vehicle violence by making it easier to not have to drive. And, you know, if we really want to make it easier to have better emergency vehicle access, maybe we should just build a freeway on Highway 12. You know, that was proposed back in the 50s and 60s. There was supposed to be a freeway that went from Highway 37 to Highway 12 through Sonoma Valley. Is that what we want? We cannot have good pedestrian bicycle access and good emergency and unlimited emergency vehicle access. So emergency vehicle access is not the issue. Anyway, please listen to the bicyclists. I bicycle and it needs to be safer, and we need to get bicycles off the sidewalk and next to the curb. I shouldn't have to negotiate, parked cars should not have to cross the bike lane to get to the curb. Parked cars should be parking next to the traffic lane because that's where the cars are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler.
Next, we have Scott Durkee.
Hi, Mr. Ducky.
Yes, hi, how are you? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I also have a comment in regards to the Santa Rosa issue, and that the people who are talking tonight in particular are residents of the Sonoma Valley like myself, or residents of the city of Sonoma. And beyond that, we are taxpayers of the state of California. I have 3 vehicles. We pay taxes, pay property taxes, we pay gas taxes, we pay all kinds of taxes to have our roadways built by the state of California. And whether I lived in Santa Rosa or Long Beach, I would have the same involvement, okay? But I live just outside, right across the creek from Staples, okay? So I live in the Sonoma Valley. We ride, like as Matt referred, I ride with Matt. And so the outside group thing really is not fair to say. Okay, that's one. 2 is, according to the information in the agenda, there are only 2 options, A and B. There is no existing option, as has been alluded to. In the existing drawing, there is no bike lane, okay, from what I could see from the information. And so you're looking at a choice between the separated bike lanes with the bollard, or whether you can negotiate the bollard out of the design through Caltrans. That appears to be an option, or the buffered bike lanes. There's no third choice as far as I can see in the documents. Okay, and otherwise, as I stated earlier, if it did come down, if you do go forward with this and you get to a place where you're going to make a change, and talking to others, like my wife, for example, because she would prefer option A. And I know several people that I know in the business community have discussed it, and they would, well, they have all kinds of different views, but I think if it came to it, they would prefer option A as well. If it was going to be a choice between A and B, which I believe there is a choice between A and B at this point. And so that's really all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Durkee.
Next, we have Thomas.
Hi, Thomas.
Yes.
Your turn.
Hello. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Well, I wanted to say, Mr. Penry has given you a very thorough discussion, and it's very challenging to do that kind of discussion, this in-depth discussion for you. Oh, sorry. Good, because I had earphones and I couldn't hear you. Mr. Penry has given you a very in-depth analysis of this. Is very difficult, and I just would thank him on all of that. There is one question, and I don't know whether they were in slightly different cross-section positions or not. But it appears that the width of the roadway is different for the buffered bike lane and the protected bike lane. So the width of the overall roadway appears to be 82 for the buffered and 86 for the protected. I'm not sure why that is. I'm looking at the lanes 10, 7, 6 in the gutter 2 is 25. On both sides is 50, and 36 in the middle is 86. And on the buffered, it's 3, 6, 9, and 5, or 23, or 46 from both sides, and 36 in the middle is 82. So I think that should be resolved. I note that the protection lane of 7 feet from the cross section seems to be very significant. I think that has the bollard. Now, there's a question of bollards. Bollards typically are called out as concrete, or they're steel with concrete filled bollards there to protect against any eventuality of crossing those lines. This is not that case. These are just pieces of plastic. They don't prevent anything in per se, but what they do is indicate a narrowing of the roadway. They indicate a narrowing of the roadway to get people to perceive and slow their progress, because it is a very, very wide roadway, as Mr. Penry mentioned. 86 feet indicates, you know, it is like a freeway. It indicates got no problems, I can drive as fast as I want. And people have a tendency to drive the way the road appears, and they have a tendency to drive based on that environment, that kind of environment. If it's narrower, they drive slower. I would point out to the fire chief that
Hi, Thomas.
Yes.
Time, yeah. 5 seconds if you want to speed up.
I think he's already out.
Next one.
Sorry
please.
about that. This is Wendy. I'm jumped the gun and muted him too soon.
Wendy.
So next we have Tom Conlon.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Collin.
Hi, thank you. Tom Conlon here. I think Mr. Penry gave us a very thorough presentation, and I hope that we understood what he said. I was dismayed that some members of council and Chief Aker seem to still be arguing against the data that he presented. Specifically, he did say that there will be no parking impact. Let's be sure we understand that as we go into final discussions about this. He did say that the bollards are not a mandatory element. And so if there is aesthetic concerns about the bollards, that is a potentially negotiable matter with Caltrans. He also made it very clear that there won't be traffic backups with the road diet design, as has been well studied over the years since the 2016 general plan. Commissioner Barnett was incorrect in stating that the bike ped plan overrules the general plan. It does not. To some of the commissioners' concerns about making the pedestrian routes more safe, and Baker raised this as well, that most problems happen with the pedestrians. I will teach my granddaughter to ride her bike along the sidewalk if the option A is the one you choose. My great aunt and uncle used to live at 827 Broadway, just north of MacArthur, on the west-hand side of the street. But I would prefer, with her training wheels on, she's only 5 months old, I'm projecting this into the future, but I will teach her not to go so close to where the cars are crossing over the bike lane when she's at that young age. She's not likely to run anybody over with her training wheels on. I will teach her to ride in the the buffered lane, option A, if you in fact choose that today, at a later age. And I will be able to survive it and be comfortable in it myself as an experienced cyclist. But I wish Traffic Engineer Penry had shown you the pyramid graph, the hierarchy of traffic stress graph, because if you choose option A, many people will still not ride because they are scared of the cars that will be crossing that lane regularly. And so you have it in front of you tonight. You can make a decision tonight. I hope you will be listening to the engineer in his recommendations. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Khan.
Next, we have Claire Salat.
Hi, Ms. Salat, that is your turn.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank Councilmember Lowe for her very, very wise and astute comments with regards to the errors in procedure that we all dealt with on Wednesday, and her wisdom in recognizing that this is not a single event that will never be revisited, that we have to be open to this change and changes that will be coming in the future, whether they be the basis of regulation changes, such as those we heard of tonight in terms of the required width of paint lines, to other changes that Caltrans and other state players enact that we as a city don't have any say in. Secondly, I'd like to thank Council Member Agramonte for her constant reminder that this is about the safety of pedestrians, bicyclists, and cars. And speaking to that, I want to address something that I think was set up tonight that I've heard many times, and I'm actually quite offended. I am not a bike rider. I am a pedestrian, and I share many of the same concerns as bike riders. We share the same concern that we want to get bicyclists off the sidewalks. We share the same concern about the climate and environment. And we share the same concern about this council picking a plan that actually will be used. The reality, as many of the other commentators have said, is that if you build it, it needs to be used. And what I'm hearing over and over again is that the primary community of bicyclists that we want to get off the sidewalks will use Plan B, but they will not use Plan A. Finally, I think it's really important that while I respect and appreciate all the work that the fire chief is doing, the reality is making Broadway safer will reduce the number of incidents that the fire department and other emergency responders have to contend with. So that needs to be balanced with the concern about the fire engines potentially being 6 feet further away from structures that they're attending to on Broadway. So thank you again for your time. I hope tonight you will be able to come to consensus and make a decision. I hope it will be Plan B. But what I am terrified about is that you will wind up with a standoff with a 2-2 vote and an abstention, and we will be left again waiting for a resolution while we have an extremely unsafe street marked only with stickers and traffic signals that are not operating properly.
Thank you, Ms. Salat.
Next, we have Harvey.
Hi, Mr. Harvey, that's your turn.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you again. I'm hoping you'll stick with Plan B. I was very upset with you for opening this up for discussion, afraid that it would go the way Councilman Kelsel wants it to go, which is basically with the existing plan as it is with 4 lanes, etc. And I am totally against that, and hopefully you don't go that route. Either Plan A or Plan B would be functional and would be an improvement to what we have now, but Plan B would, I think, like a lot of people have spoken to, will allow the, like the little chart of the different level of cyclists, which I'm one of the Lycra, supposedly fearless, but I don't think I don't feel fearless when I'm out in traffic. And I would not ride in the traffic lane if there's a bike lane. I would absolutely use a bike lane. So I don't know, the comment before, it just didn't make sense to me. Another issue the fire chief brought up was the emergency vehicles. And I understood from the gentleman who gave the whole, showed us all the graphs, etc., that there is room with Plan B for emergency vehicles to go to the curb, that they made it wide enough so that they could be in between the parked cars and the curb if they needed to get to houses that were, so he wouldn't be 6 feet or whatever away from where they wanted to go. And again, with the ballards or not the ballards, they can drive over them and they would be fine. And as far as riding on the sidewalks, I am not just a cyclist. I'm a pedestrian. I walk all over town. I drive all over town. So I'm like Agramonte, Councilwoman Agramonte says, we're really talking about safety for all. The cars, the cyclists, the pedestrians, and Plan B really addresses all of that. And it's optional. California, the state of California gives you the option of allowing cyclists on the sidewalks or not. The city of Sonoma, to my knowledge, allows cyclists to be on the sidewalk, and a law preventing that might be something worth looking to in the future. Anyway, thank you for your comments. Again, Plan B is my preferred plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Mayor, next we have Caitlin Cornwall.
Hi, Caitlin, it's your turn.
Thank you, Caitlin Cornwall. I'm speaking for Sonoma Ecology Center, not Sonoma Valley Collaborative. Sonoma Ecology Center wants to weigh in to speak in favor of option B because what's good for pedestrians and cyclists is good for the whole city. It's good for children. It's good for seniors. It's good for our health. It's good for our climate. It's good for local businesses. Making a more bike friendly city is a positive. And there are details that can be worked out with Caltrans about the design, but there doesn't seem to be a reason to shy away from becoming a more bike and pedestrian friendly city. So please stick with the original decision and stick with option B. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Connor.
Next, we have Sinjin Bain.
Hi, Mr. Bain, it's your turn.
Great, thank you, I'm back. I just want to reiterate my support for option B. That's point number one. Point number two was the support and, reinforcement of my support of B comes from listening to Mr. Penry. And, in his explanation, in his articulation, it's clear that B is the safest option on all fronts. And it's clear that not only is it safer, it will support more of our residents. I'm not going to take my grandkids to ride on option A. Never happen. I will take them on option B because it's safer. This notion of driving straight on a bike and having to make a little bit of a jog, it's fine. And you've heard it from Frank, you've heard it from anybody. That's a red herring. We need to focus on what's the safest and serves the most people. So frankly, I was a little disappointed that nobody on council asked Frank what his recommendation is. I mean, he seemed to be indicating what clearly is the right selection without saying it. But if he was on this call, I would be saying, Frank, what's your recommendation? You happen to do this for a living. You're a professional. You see how this goes across the country. You're an expert in it. What do you recommend? He sees the situations with emergency vehicles. He sees the situation with cars, parallel parking, all kinds of things. So I was a little disappointed that, we didn't have a little more input from him, but, certainly everything that I heard only reinforces what I already had thought. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bain.
And next we have Logan Harvey.
Hi, Council. How are you today?
Hi, Mr. Harvey. I'm the mayor, former mayor. Yeah, welcome.
Nice to be with you all. I am no longer a resident of Sonoma, but still concerned about what's going on there. I think the one thing that has always plagued this issue is the focus on bike lanes and whether it's, safe for bikers and things like that. One of the pieces that is really important to remember about this is a road diet has been proven by the National Traffic and Safety Federation over and over again to reduce traffic speeds by 7+ miles an hour. And it is the most effective way to reduce traffic speeds. Broadway has always been a site for speeding, and the speed signs are ignored. And so by reducing traffic lanes, whether you choose option A or option B, you will definitely be increasing safety on that road, especially for pedestrians. You'll make it easier for people to cross Patton and Andrews Street. And you will make it safer for bikers by reducing speeds and providing that safety. So whichever you decide, I support. I think a road diet is the right way to go because it will make Broadway change from a freeway into what it is, which is a city street that should be traveled safely and slowly by cars. So support either option A or option B. I think that's really the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Logan. Appreciate it.
So next we have Brad McCarty.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I am also a cyclist. I also live in Sonoma Valley. I'm not a resident of Santa Rosa. And I thank Logan Harvey for what he just said. To remind people that this came back in August, not as a bike infrastructure project. It came back as a pedestrian safety project, and it came back as a road diet in order to decrease speeds and increase pedestrian safety. Secondarily, with the now space that was gained because of the road diet, then it became an opportunity to say, which do we want to put in bike lanes, because it was part of the Sonoma circulation plan. And so then it became a discussion of option A or option B. But this project is not being driven by cyclists. It's being driven by safety on Broadway and reducing road speed. I believe the circulation plan, also referred to today, also is trying to encourage cycling, as secondarily encourage cycling in the city of Sonoma. The average trip length in Sonoma is a car vehicle trip length is 5 miles. So definitely some of that would be offloaded by cycling. If more people, the more timid people, would be able to have confidence riding on the street. And option B is the option that does that. If the city of Sonoma wants to encourage cycling, the option B is the one that does that. You heard today, younger people and inexperienced cyclists aren't going to use option A. The younger people and inexperienced cyclists are still going to be riding on the sidewalk. And so if you want to get them off the sidewalk, you got to get those less confident people an opportunity to feel safe. And that's option B. And I think you should, if you don't like the bollards as an aesthetic thing, you should work to have the bollards removed. I think the fire chief's concerned about the parked cars. I feel it's a bit of a red herring and to cause some fear. There still will be 3 12-foot wide, which are much wider than normal lanes. There will still be 3 of those, which is most of the rest, which is way more than most of the rest of the valley from an evacuation point of view. So I don't think that's a real issue, and the bollards can be run over by any vehicle. So I would like you to stick with option B. I think it's the better option for encouraging cycling, as long as you do the road diet also. That's all.
Thank you so much, Mr. McCarthy.
Mayor Ding, no one appears to be raising their hand. We might make a last call for, well, there is one other person, Matthew Aslan.
All right.
Hi there.
Matthew, that is your turn.
Hi. I spoke earlier. I just want to again say that option B really does have it all for us. It is going to increase the pedestrian safety. It's going to encourage people that are riding on the sidewalks, basically large and young members of the society, to move over into that protected lane when people are walking on the sidewalks. Again, we were given this beautiful paved road. A lot more traffic is going to be going on it with skating, bicycling. We need to have the protected lane. The best thing about that is that the businesses now have this extra 10 feet or so off of the curb, where there's this freedom in design to explore these areas now, instead of having a metal car there. The final thing is that we can do it right now. Caltrans is ready to go. Let's not change our minds at the last second here. This is something that is good all the way around for Sonoma. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aslan.
We have Eris Weaver.
Hi, Eris, it's your turn.
Hi, thank you very much. I got home and hadn't imagined that the meeting would still be going on this late, and I've gotten a little bit of updates from folks. So just 2 points that I want to make quickly. One is that I guess at some point in the conversation, someone brought up the previous bike and ped master plan and it calling for class 2 lanes. Class 5 lanes, these buffered bike lanes that we're talking about now, did not exist as a category back when that plan was last updated which also just points out, I think, that it's also time to update the bike and ped master plan. The other thing is I had also communicated earlier with Suzanne Smith from the Sonoma County Transportation Authority, and they are also in support of option B and pointed out an error in how things were put in the staff report. So again, all of these cycling organizations, the transportation organizations are all unanimous in that option B is the safest for bikes and pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver.
Okay, Mayor Dean, maybe one last call for public comment.
All right.
Just a second, anybody else is raising their hand? Doesn't appear to be the case, so you can close public comment.
All right. If there are no public comments, come back. And any additional comments or discussing? Otherwise, we were trying to make a decision. Am I right, Mr. Toya?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it looks like Vice Mayor Barnett had.
Okay, Vice Mayor
question.
Barnett, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Ding. I just wanted to introduce something into the conversation. During public comment, I mean, obviously, I assume the assumption underlying the traffic engineer's analysis, and then almost every bike activist we've heard speak support option B. They say that they feel safer in a parking protected bike lane. And it got me thinking, and I started doing some research. And there was a study by the Institute for Highway Safety back in 2019. And it basically says some protected bike lanes leave cyclists vulnerable to injury. And what it says is bike lanes separated from the roadway by physical barriers make cyclists feel safer, which I think we all heard tonight. They feel safer, but many of them have a high risk of injury for the bicyclists. And again, this was a study. The Institute for Highway Safety collaborated with George Washington University, Oregon Health and Science University, and New York University. And I'm just going to read just a few things out of this, and everyone can Google this if you'd like. But basically, compared with a major road with no bike infrastructure, the risk of a crash or fall was much lower on two-way protected bike lanes on bridges or raised from the roadway, which the traffic engineer mentioned, like sort of our bike path, which is not proposed here. In contrast, the risk of a crash or fall on a two-way protected bike lane at street level was much higher than that of a major road, but that is not what is proposed here because it's not two-way. But what is proposed? One-way protected bike lanes differed little from major roads in terms of injury risk, which is what's being proposed here. And so what I would posit, what this study says, is one-way protected bike lanes in terms of risk and injury to the bicyclist from the study is no different than whether it's a buffered bike lane in option A or a protected bike lane in option B.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Barnett. Councilmember Agramonte, do you have any another points you want to
No, I'm very pleased with everything this evening, and I just wanted to thank Bob Felder. You brought bright lights to dark corners by asking for this, Bob. So I appreciate it.
Mr. Toy, right now is the time we make the motion, or
I think Bob was speaking.
Bob is.
I was going to ask permission to speak.
Mr. Water, you're the city attorney. Do you have any advice at this time? Do you think it's a good time for us to make a motion, and if anything we need to do to be compliant, everything for sure?
It's certainly up to the council's discretion, but it certainly has the legal authority to make a motion and take action on the items that are before you.
All right.
So I think Bob wants to speak, Jack.
Well, I would, if I have permission from the mayor, I would like to make that motion.
All right. Could you please prepare your motion? Restate, yeah.
Oh, I'll restate it. I would like to make a motion to select option A and adopt a resolution requesting California State Department of Transportation to restripe Broadway to improve pedestrian safety and appropriate funds for striping revisions between MacArthur Street and Napa Street, and authorizing the city manager to execute all necessary agreements and documents with Caltrans for the restriping project.
I second. Any further discussion, or we just the roll call? City manager, Mr. Toya.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I believe Councilmember Lowe has a question or comment.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you. Now that there's a motion on the floor to make a comment, I just want to thank everybody that came for the last couple days, and I've listened intently to your comments and your emails. And I when this first came up and I was not on the council, I wasn't terribly in favor of Plan B. I preferred Plan A, mainly because I felt like it was difficult be difficult for Sonoma to adopt Plan B. It was too different. And I hate to say that, I'm a typical Sonoman in that way. It's sometimes hard to make changes. That being said, since that time I've traveled and I've seen protected bike lanes such as Plan B in other places, and I do know that they work well. So I want to be very honest in saying that I've learned a lot since my initial response in August, and you know, I totally understand the reason why people are speaking in favor of Plan B, and more so than I did back then. But that being said, I think there's something even more important going on here, and that is the trust in the community. And I think that I'm going to support Mr. Felder's motion, and I would urge my fellow council members to do so, because I think that coming forward with a unanimous motion at this point, especially considering the disruptions that have happened this week, would be a very good first step to bring back some confidence in this council and to work collaboratively as a team. So I will support Mr. Felder's motion, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Lowe. You represent what I'm thinking. Any other comments?
No, but I will vote. Is that
all right? So
okay.
I really appreciate it. So that again, also during the past couple of the weeks, we are working so hard. I very much appreciate it. And out of the staff, the city manager, Mr. Toy, Mr. Water, during this difficult time, support us, clarified everything. Oh, of course, Mr. Penry as well. And also all staffs and all the Sonoma cities and Sonoma Valley's residents, they are looking at us. So they have a very good expectation. I believe today's motion, maybe some people still not satisfied, but this is so-called democracy. You know, we need to move forward. So when you are don't feel very good, thinking somebody else, if you are in somebody else's shoe, what are you thinking? So now, if you respect the people 1 inch, other party will respect you 1 feet. That is my philosophy. So the hope and wish for our Sonoma is harmony is important, because we are in the same community. We understand each other. We can find more common grounds and move forward. Roll, please.
Councilmember,
Councilmember
Felder.
Can I?
Sorry about that.
Can I? Yeah.
Yes.
I'd just like to offer, before we vote, I would just like to offer a few comments. I do want to thank Councilman Felder for bringing this forward at this late date. I think it's very important. And he did not have to do that, but I think this is going to improve Broadway. And so I really want to appreciate what he did here. It sounds like option A will probably pass tonight. I do think that is an improvement from option B. My issues and concerns with this were always about the process. I think from start to finish, I mean, I guess this is the best we can do, but the process here has been a disaster. And I really think this is the last 4 blocks of the El Camino Real. As I've often said, this is a state highway. This is the approach to the last mission. This is the approach to where the Bear Flag Revolt occurred. I think this is, in my view, the state of California's interest to get the last 4 blocks of this right. And I just don't think the process has produced that. I think there are ways to improve pedestrian safety, which I think are very important. This council has allocated hundreds of thousands of dollars for pedestrian beacons. And honestly, if we had an exhaustive process and I thought that ultimately the best way would be to do this, then perhaps I would be voting for option A tonight. But I just don't think that option, that I just can't support that. I just can't vote for that tonight. I do support, and I'm concerned that going forward with option A will preclude the council, or will basically stop the process of improving Broadway in the future. I know Councilwoman Lowe said this is going to be it, and I actually agree with her, but I think it would provide more impetus and momentum for us to work with the state and get the last stretch of the El Camino Real right, with medians and there are a lot of things we can do. 22 years ago, the Chamber of Commerce suggested a nice median that would have provided pedestrian refuge islands. Again, that's not going to happen tonight. And I still think that I would like that this council to continue to look at that moving forward. And so, again, and when we do that, we need to reach out to businesses on Broadway. We need to do a lot of exhaustive analysis, and I hope that's not all done. But I, again, want to thank the rest of this council. I want to thank everyone that has participated in this process. And I do want to thank Councilwoman Lowe for her, I think, very wise words tonight. I want to thank the mayor for conducting this unique process. And I do, again, want to thank Councilman Felder for bringing this back.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And also, I want to say thank you. I know that you address a lot of the issues. You represent a lot of the people behind you, because I received an email. People stop me on the streets, on the Safeway. You know, they talk about exactly what do you want to say. So I really appreciate it. But again, you know, I respect whatever you want to make a decision, and your concern, your trust, your love to the community. I think it's more than just only the one vote tonight. Whatever you vote, yes or no, you are the best council member in our team. Anybody else want to?
Well, I guess I have to vote. I don't have glory for everybody. I'm just really pleased. Thank you again, Bob. Somebody had to do this. As we said, we should have done it in August. Because I was ready. I had everything numbered when Mr. Penry talked. So I was totally prepared for this. And you know what? I will not support this because I believe in the safety for pedestrians, for bicyclists and drivers. And that's how I feel. This is how I came into this. I haven't ridden a bike in maybe 50 years, and that's okay. But I still think it's important that there's another voice that's being heard here. And I appreciate how hard we've all worked. So thank you. I appreciate your hard work.
Thank you, everyone. Is it ready for us to vote?
So let's start with Councilmember
All right,
Felder.
yeah, let's start. Yeah, roll call, please.
Councilmember Felder,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
No.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
No.
Mayor Dean.
Yes.
Thank you. So the motion carries 3-2.
Can we say good night? The only thing, Garrett, could you please tell everybody is, I mean, these long lines, it has to do with the traffic lights. Is there a way that something Sarah could say to everybody, be patient, it'll change soon? We're all sitting in long lines because of the traffic lights. I think it was referred to as the traffic signal plan. That's all.
We can do
All
that.
right.
We'll convey
Yes.
that to Caltrans when we convey the council's decision.
Not a lot of swearing. No more swearing about being in a line. Thank you. Is this it?
Thank you.
Mayor?
And if any other item that you want to say or from the city manager, Mr. Choi, and the water, if anything we can say. Thank you so much. This is the Friday evening. That's a valuable time. Everybody is working hard.
Hi. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were adjourned.
No, I would announce,
Do we have to make a motion to adjourn or?
yes,
Just
I want to now make a motion to adjourn.
Just have to.
All right, well, I just want to, again, thank you, Mayor Dang, for doing a great job the last two meetings, and I'm going to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you so much. All right.
Waiting.
Roll call. And again, tomorrow we
Debatable.
will have the event and the plaza. Yeah,
Oh, what time again?
remind you. 2 o'clock.
Okie dokie. Thank you.
Yeah, 2 o'clock.
Bye.
Bye.